Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. That one. That's the Minecraft one. We're back in Minecraft today with achievements. I've actually signed in. Look. Apparently I did one, which was look in my inventory. I discovered that the game continues even when you are on the, settings menu, which I was moderately surprised about, but there you go. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but, it nonetheless has surprised me to discover. Oh, there's a villager standing in my doorway again. Right then. Things we wanted to do. We were going to build a stone crafting bench. We didn't get round to that. We built the enchanting table. I have an enchanted pickaxe, which is all quite exciting. Get out my way. Oh, hello. There's some string on my porch. Fine. I think if we look in here... No, not this one. Whoa! Why was there an enemy behind me? Why do they hang out just here and attack me? Oh, they've blown up the pen. That's a bit unfortunate. Creeper went boom. Hello, Andre. Hello, Nematrek. Welcome in. Welcome in to everyone in chat. Do you like Minecraft so far? Yes. I think so. I've been quite enjoying it. I don't enjoy it when creepers hang out on my porch in the middle of the day, though, and then explode at me. I'm less okay with that happening. I might need some more blocks to fill that hole in. Also, I'd like this man to stop standing in my door. That would make me happy. But he does seem pretty intent on standing in my door. Did I put that in my inventory and not in my hands? There you go. I see the sneezing is just waiting to commence. I definitely have views about the constant blowing up at me. It's very bad for my armour. And I need loads of iron to make an anvil, and I don't have loads of iron. Oh good, the spam bots are here. What a joy! There's the stone. That's what we wanted. Right, you. There was talk of stone crafting. Stone cutter, that's it. 5 stone and 5 ingots. Seems fine. We will build one. I might place it next to my enchanting table. Yeah, whatever. Alright. Oh. So I can get all sorts of things out. But it doesn't tell me what any of them are. I mean, that's a bit unfortunate. This one doesn't have a hardcore world option because I'm in Bedrock, Andre. Hello, are you in my barrels? But I think once this particular run is over, we will go to Java instead, because I would like to play hardcore. We've been playing hardcore rules anyway, essentially, because if I die, I've just been loading a new world. I can put it on hard, but I don't know if that strictly makes it hardcore. Hello, Kaylee, welcome in. So I could make stairs. I did kind of want some more stairs. Which of these are stairs? These are stairs. What's the difference between these stairs? Is there any difference, or is it aesthetic difference? Deep slate tile stairs. Deep slate brick stairs. Deep slate polished stairs. Hard only makes things hurt you more. I thought so. You choose hardcore when you create a world? Yeah, no, there isn't the option to choose hardcore. I can choose survival or creative. That's my only choices. I think I like these stairs best. There's got to be a way to do it. Yeah, that's it. That was what I thought. I thought there was a way to do that. Oh. Alright, so we've created that. That was one of the things we were going to do. What is this? I've got some mutton. Somebody blew up a sheep. I'd like to learn about how we cook this meat. There is a smoker, I noticed. There was definitely a smoker. I saw one. Have I got craftable on? I have. There you go, see? Told you there was a smoker. You can cook meat in the furnace? Oh, well, let's try that. Apparently so. We can cook meat in the furnace. No, I've left all my coal in this one. Oh, actually. Come here, you. Get in this furnace that has a fire on it. If I recall, the smoker is better, but only works for food. Alright then. I think there was talk of not actually being able to process the rotten flesh into anything useful until quite late on, when it can become a potion. So I guess we'll hang out with that and put it away. Coal lasts exactly 8 items. Yes. That I sort of remembered. Speaking of items, I've got some string, because things keep exploding at me. I've got some rotten flesh. Got some iron ingots. I want to find more iron. I think I heard about... Oh, I don't need the wood. Or the stone, actually. Come here. Stones. And wood. You're not supposed to be in here. This is supposed to be one for stuff. Rather than things. Here you go, things. Things can go in here. No, not stairs, though. Because those are going in the mine. That's why we made them. You can use a bucket of lava in a furnace. We do have lava. Assumably, though, if I bucket it out of there and put it in the furnace, we won't have lava anymore. Or is that expecting too much sense out of my Minecraft? It lasts a lot, though. Fair enough. Right. What's going on here? This. That's what I wanted. Thank you. I did say the sneezes would be coming. There they are. So, I heard talk of iron at like floor 12 or depth 12. I don't know how we're supposed to refer to the different depths and heights. So we're going to have a look at like around here and see if we can find iron. Which way do I want to go? Let's go this way. We've previously always gone the other way. So it might be exciting to go this way. Let's not demolish the one that's got a torch on it. That's probably a bad plan. Oh, look. It looks very much like my information was correct here. Because we have iron. I was supposed to have a phone screen earlier this morning, and the person never called or emailed. Job hunting is so much fun. My condolences. Kaylee, it sounds shit. And I agree that job hunting is no fun. You could try streaming on the internet. It's a very lucrative business, Kappa. It just feels the process doesn't favour the applicant in any way, which feels wrong. I mean, that's like the whole of business, though, isn't it? Where nothing actually favours the people doing the work. This pickaxe is getting a bit away from me. It's a bit too efficient. But I agree. It's also a very weird process. When I've done hiring in the past, rather from the other side rather than looking for jobs, it's, I mean, partly full of people who just don't want to be there. It's so weird. This has definitely been more effective in a way of finding iron. Oh, there's more lapis as well. That seems good. Do you lead to more iron? You do. Trying to find a job feels like nobody needs you sometimes. It does. I think the thing that really bothers me about like job adverts and all of that is how insane the requirements are compared to the pay. They're always like, you know, you want all this experience and you have to be this, that and the other. But we're only going to pay you tuppence halfpenny. Yeah, entry level 5 years experience required. Exactly that meme, Nematrak. It does feel genuinely true often. Though I was considering applying for a job the other day. Partly, no, I can't say that. As a tester, as a games tester. Now, I don't have any experience with that. I'm sure I could do it. Like, the job specs were all things I could learn very straightforwardly. And indeed, partner was like, I could teach you to do most of the business side of it. But I happen to know that the job in question, one tester attracted at least 617 applicants before the job closed. So I guess this is why not everyone gets got back to, because that's just super bonkers. Are all those people qualified? I mean, I wasn't, and I was considering applying. Were they all chancers like me? Who knows? What enchantment did I put on my pickaxe? I put Unbreaking 1 on my pickaxe, because that was what I could do. Yeah, and the requirements have lengthy lists, they do. I think I thought my education would count for a lot more than it seems to. I mean, I'm sort of surprised that your education doesn't count for anything, considering you've got, like... It's not like you've got a humanities degree. You know. 10% chance not to use durability per level. Okay. We mostly did it because I could. I mean, considering you are Dr. Cayley, definitely expected your education to be worth something. A PhD in chemical engineering from the highest ranked chemie program in the US and likely top 5 in the world. Yeah, I was banking on that going further. You can't die from darkness in this game, unlike Don't Starve. First time it felt like this game is when I died from darkness in Don't Starve Together, it felt like this game is way too hardcore. I think I definitely had the same feelings when I started Don't Starve Together. Especially that there was so much combat and things like that compared to like what I'm used to. That I was a bit like, is this game really for me? But we got into it. I even got used to the combat. I think partly I just haven't played anything with a combat system for such a long time that I've forgotten how they work. But apparently I can get the hang of them after a while. Oh, balls. I do keep demolishing random bits of the world, though, which I don't really mean to. I like Don't Starve Together anyways, I just need to get better. I mean, that's fair. Definitely, turning the enemies on each other was really helpful for me. And also learning a bit about kiting them and actually doing some of the combat. But, yeah. Leaving them to fight it out amongst themselves definitely helped a lot in my evolution with Don't Starve. Unfortunately, I don't think it works in Minecraft. I don't think the mobs are going to fight amongst themselves. It does with skeletons. Fire, we have found some iron. Your recommendation of level 12 seems to be going pretty well. Also, welcome in. The skeletons fight amongst themselves, do they really? That is interesting. Iron. Iron. Look at all this iron. Okay. Let me step down there. That's it. A skeleton fires an arrow. If it hits an enemy, that enemy will aggro the skeleton. Excellent. We shall have to attempt at some point to exploit that. Right, I'd like to go up again, I guess. thought so. Oops. I'm definitely struggling a little bit with this pickaxe being a little bit too efficient. Where I keep destroying things without necessarily meaning to. If I recall correctly, witches can do it too for spiders and creepers. Is it something about the existence of ranged attack, maybe? But I've never done that. Unless it's a creeper, because creepers don't care. Creepers keep hanging out on my porch and blowing me up in the mornings, when I thought they should already be on fire. Maybe having a porch is a dangerous way to go in this game. Oh, there's more iron there. Lovely. Got any friends, iron? You do. Look at this friend, iron. Alright, it's definitely too dark in here. Cats scare creepers. If you tame one and have it outside, the creepers will stay away. Ah. I assume I need to offer cats in exchange to tame them, because, you know, cats. Villagers with crossbows could probably cause infighting, but I think they're programmed not to fight other villagers. Illagers. That's obviously deliberate. I don't know what an illager is. I think is what I'd say. Yup, lolfish. Dogs can be tamed too. But they need bones. They will fight skeletons or anything you attack first. I don't think I've really seen any dogs. There's quite a lot of cats around. But I'm not sure I've seen... Oh, water. Oh, nuts. Alright then. Do I have a bucket? I don't think I do have a bucket. Can I make a bucket? Can I not spell bucket? I mean, that's possible. Does one spell bucket? It's like a villager, but means you ill. Oh yes, I've seen pillagers. That was I think I saw it on the achievement menus. That's where I saw it. Why can't I make a bucket? Seems like the sort of thing I should be able to make. But apparently not. It's 3. Technically this is your second time. Indeed. But you know, it makes a less impressive title. It's only... For the bucket, you need the crafting table. You should always have a crafting table with you for these situations. Oh, I suppose we could do that. I mean, we can't do it right now, but we can do it in general. I might just go the other way. The Dark Forest mansions are fun, even though one time after getting everything, a friend of mine burnt it to the ground. We should go exploring at some point. I'm quite enjoying the mining, though, I have to say. The mining itself is quite satisfying. Oh, look, there's some gold over there. I love dark oak. Very beautiful planks for flooring. Always have a bed, a crafting table, a stack of logs, and some coal. That will get you out of most situations. Pro players can make the diamond pickaxe do insta-mine. Isn't that just a case of getting the appropriate enchantments on it, Andre? You need more than enchantments. Fair enough. We do have to watch its durability, because I'd like to use the anvil to reforge it rather than let it expire. If you have efficiency 5, it mines like 3 blocks instantly. It's easy to mine something you don't want. That does seem like it could be a problem. Hello game, I'd like to get up there so I can get this, since that is the purpose of today's mining mission, to get the iron. Oh, should we go and look in the cavern? What do we think, chat? Should we go and look in the cavern? I suppose we could do. Oh, there's definitely a monster up there. Mending is so OP when you have an XP farm. There's a creeper down there. And something that looks like it's on fire. I mean, this is the end, and it would be relatively easy to seal back up. So I think we can have a little look. What was that? I think I'd like some light, potentially. I remember Etho making an experience farm out of mini spiders. I've tried to make a furnace XP bank so many times and still haven't figured it out. I tried the spider farm once and do not recommend. Oh, the spider's coming. I think this spider is a bit more powerful than the last spider I fought. Ah, but I have killed it. Excellent. The problem with these achievements is they keep popping up in the corner, which is kind of annoying. Right, he's going to explode, right? Yeah, there we go. Excuse me, chat. There's a waterfall. You can double tap W to sprint. That is something we'll have to try. So this cavern has like a waterfall in it. If you attack, there's a poisonous spider. And if you attack while sprinting, it deals extra knockback. Right, I've made some light down here. So I would say that none of this is now 0 light. Does that mean nothing can spawn in here now? Thanks, Kaylee. have I in effect made this safe from future monsters? Things spawn up to light level 7. Ugh. There's a mod that shows you where things can spawn. I think I'd like that mod. There's some iron here though. I'd also like that iron. And this copper. Is there a way in-game to tell what the light level is? Short of getting that mod that does it for you. Oh, there's more iron there. Not on Bedrock. Never mind. We'll stop playing Bedrock at some point. Alright then, I think in that case we might seal this up so that stuff can't get out of it. Now we've had a look in it. We killed some stuff. What's going on here? Let me up there. Excellent. You need to place torches. Yes. I have to say I don't really understand how much torch I need. Oh, this is gravel? I think so. Is there much? Looks like a reasonable amount. Alright then, I think we'll stop with this one. Oh look, that looks very pretty. Alright, let's place some stairs down the bottom. Since we brought them with us. I made the stonecutter fire. Oh, hang on. I'd be able to finish my stairs. So now I have exciting deep slate stairs. Deep. Oh, balls. No, that was not what I wanted to do. Thank you, game. That's it. You can also place half slabs to prevent spawns, but they have to be the bottom half. I mean, I don't think I know either how to make half slabs or how to identify the bottom half. So we might leave that one for another time. Ah, here we are, at the bedrock. Can I place stairs there? I can. Here's my other one. Half slabs. Hello, Viticus, welcome in. Half slabs are at the stonecutter, and the bottom half are the half that you place at the bottom. Nuts to you, Demetrak. Indeed. Max, no. Let's continue our search for diamonds, because it was going quite well. And then I think the next thing I want to learn about is actual minecarts. I know we need to get into the whole intricacies of redstone power and all of that nonsense. Which, It seems like it might make about as much sense as like ribbon automation in Oni to me, but we'll give it a go. Just because I quite want a minecart. It seems like a thing I should have in Minecraft. Boats on ice are the fastest method of travel in the game. I have seen on Reddit quite a few of the various boat racing videos where people make tracks for their boats. Which, okay. Isn't there like not really temperature, so I could just bring ice here and it would remain ice? Though I am not setting up an ice track down into my mine. Ice melts in the light. Except sunlight. It melts in light, but not in the light of an ongoing fusion reaction. When you have your permanent base spot, you can use minecarts and redstone to automatically take things to your mine, things you mine to your base and sort it into chests. Also, blue ice doesn't melt. I have seen these contraptions. Okay, and we may well get into that stuff. It did seem moderately exciting. But that doesn't mean it's going to make any sense to me. This mine is disappointing today. This tunnel was much better yesterday. It had loads of exciting things in it. How is there gravel on minus 66? Alright, well I'm not getting involved in that. Gravel and dirt can spawn at any point in the world. Alright then. Are there any other levels that we should give a go to? We could actually do with some more coal. I think. Yes, this is all the coal we have. So that's probably closer to the surface. So we know we want deep for diamond. We want like around 12 where we were doing some mining for iron. Coal, I think people told me, was near the surface. So we're going to go back up there. Coal can mostly be replaced with charcoal, which is renewable. Would I have to make a managed forest to have renewable charcoal? How about level 30? Look, I've, for whatever reason, wound up mining a thing out here. Let's come in here. That way. You can just plant saplings and let them grow. How do I get the seeds? Oh, I think I maybe have some. I think I've filled up my inventory. I do appear to have filled up my inventory with stuff. Maybe we should go and drop some stuff off. How do I use the clock? How do I use the clock, chat? Chop down the wood and the leaves will decay and drop seedlings. Or just break the leaves manually. Yeah, I think I might have some. How do I use the clock? The clock is animated. Oh. Oh, right. I mean, I don't know what that means. I assume that means it's like the beginning of night time? I mean, who can tell? Should we go and have a look? Day is just starting or just ending, not sure which. We'll go and have a look, and then we can have some sense of what, in fact, the clock is doing. Hello. Is it morning? I guess morning. Right now it's just before sunrise. Okay. So the trader, like, he has alpaca, right? I'm not making that up. He's actually wandering around with some alpaca. Have you left any creepers on my porch this morning, sir? Because I'm kind of fed up with you leaving creepers on my porch. I have got some fence that I could get rid of here. If I rebuild their fence, will they restore their animals? I haven't got enough fence. Yes, alpaca. They spit. Amazing. That's nice. What am I doing? Oh, I wanted to see about trees, didn't I? Get out of my house. Why are so many of you in my house all the time? Oak saplings. There we go. We have some oak saplings. I want to smelt that, so we should get on with that. Can put that away. I suppose we might smelt this as well while we're at it. Doing some smelting. Have we got any other items they wish to put away? Probably the copper ore, which I don't care about smelting. Why are they all in my house? And can I make them not be? The house you commandeered from one of them. I mean, it didn't have a bed in it. So I'm not entirely convinced that anyone was using it. Frankly. I'm going to have to use my outside barrels, I think. Definitely going to have to use my outside barrels for stuff. What is this? Cobblestone? Here. Swap with this cobblestone. You see, that wasn't quite doing what I wanted it to. Alright, we'll go and put these in a barrel. No. Where are my outside barrels? I mean, they really like my stuff. Look, these two are spending all their time looking at my outside barrels as well. Here, you can have some stairs. The storage shed you commandeered from one of them, yes. And then stole the stuff out of. That is closer to the truth. Right then. I definitely need more coal. And I haven't found any. Oh, how many 8s in 64? Like 8, is it? Am I right about that? 8, 8, 7, no. Yeah, 64? They are. Okay. You get on with that then. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll do some gold in here, which should only take 2 bits. There we go. Let's see about planting these trees then. Somewhere helpful. Sir, out the way. Where would I like to plant them? I'd like to plant them higher up if we can. I mean, there is a tree over there. Let's go and plant them by the other tree. I wonder how far away you need to plant them, so they don't just grow up into the other tree. Oh, whatever. So they grow into what's-its, and then assumably we need to cook the wood in some way to get charcoal. I usually do a gap or 3 between them. Cook the wood in the furnace like ore. Yeah, I thought that might be it. There we go. We've planted some trees. I mean, the cliffs do look super impressive, I have to say. Oh, I could put a light under my porch. Maybe that would stop the creepers hanging out here. There is a light in my porch. Apparently that doesn't stop the creepers hanging out here. I wonder if I went too far away. It's possible. I want to make iron blocks. Why? I want to make the anvil. That's what I want to make. You come here. We've got some more iron there as well. Nope. I assume I make it at the crafting table. Stuff. Block of iron. Whoa. That is expensive. How many blocks of iron did I need for an anvil? I needed 3 blocks of iron. Alright then. Block of iron. Can I make another block of iron? I cannot. Wow. Expensive. So at some point, chat would suggest that I leave this place and make a base by myself. Now, this definitely seems to be a game in which mega basing is kind of the thing. Where people have enormous bases of various sorts. Thank you. There's some gold. Oh, actually, there was still some fire in there. Why don't you smelt however much of that you can? Right, let's take these out, because I can make the blocks of... I can make some blocks. Excellent. Oh, I could have a block of gold. I could also have a block of coal. I'm not sure any of those would genuinely be helpful. But you know, I suppose it's useful to know that I could have them if I wanted them. I have an anvil. It makes a nice noise. A block of coal is about 11% more efficient than a piece of coal. Ah. Repair and name. I assume I should wait until, oh, what am I doing? Press E to E. I assume I should wait. No. Until... Yeah, it's only if you properly manage it. Hello, sir. Until my durability of stuff is quite a lot down before I use the anvil. Diamond pickaxe. What if we use this? Nope, doesn't use that. I see, that's going to be exciting trying to work out, isn't it? Let's have a look at my stuff. I mean, their durability sort of looks fine. I don't really understand. Iron leggings. Ah, you see, I can... Enchantment cost. Why does it cost an enchantment? It's a anvil. Yes. That seems likely. Oh, night time. Let's go in my house. You finished? Pretty much. Cool. Right, now let's go in the house. Did you see those creepers? Look at them. They're not creepers, are they? What are these ones called? The creepers are the explodey ones, right? You can also use the anvil to enchant things with enchantment books if you don't enchant it directly. I see. Zombies? Because that's a creeper, isn't it? Like the weird explodey ones. There's one down there. We've also got a skeleton archer. We've got a couple of skeleton archers. There seem to be quite a lot of monsters in this world. I'm also concerned at the way the zombies like to stand at people's doors. The explodey ones are creepers. I thought so. So you're in my bed again. Get out of my bed. Oh, hello. What was that? Why was there green sparkly things in my house? Oh, life doesn't make any sense in this game, I tell ya. We definitely need more coal. We're going back in the mines for more coal today. Most certainly don't have enough coal. I could do with some sticks as well. Right, let's get the wood out. Now there's 3 of them in my house. This is definitely getting out of hand. So let's take some wood stuff. Because chat said I needed some sort of wood stuff to be with me at all times. I mean, look, there's a queue to be in my house. Outrageous. Let's make a crafting table. Lovely. I could do with some more sticks as well. No, I couldn't. I've got loads of sticks. Completely fine for sticks. What else should I be making to constantly have with me? Is there anything? Oh, I've got some torches. I should make some more torches. Yeah, you see, we need coal. Alright. Chat is not commenting on whether we need more stuff. So we're going to hope that this is sufficient stuff. We need more apples. Need to eat more. At least nothing's exploded at me this morning, which makes a nice change. Right, off we go. I wonder how long it'll take my trees to grow. Can I see them from up here? Yeah, they're over there. But obviously there is only one, thing, currently. Oh, there is a donkey. Look, it's a donkey. Oh, we were talking about donkeys. I'm excited to discover there is in fact a donkey. As I was promised, donkeys do exist. What an ass. Kaylee. Have we robbed you? Yes. See, they're not all hanging out in this one. There's only one of you here doing your job, rather than like 3 of you just being in my room all the time. Oh, this is something new. A cartography table. I had some like map things. I don't know what they do, but it definitely had some map things. Oh, this chest doesn't have anything in. Disappointing. No, this room isn't exciting. So my 10 AM phone call never showed, and my 11 AM phone call just emailed to reschedule. I'm winning this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, Kaylee. Does not sound like you're having a good start to the day at all. That's what I call a happy Friday. Unfortunately, these phone calls are to get jobs rather than to do jobs. Right, what was I doing? I was looking for some coal. And I mean, I don't know what this is. Interesting. Well, they didn't save you. I mean, that is clearly true. Though I am obviously biased, because if Kaylee gets a job, then she won't be here as much. One assumes. Maybe you'll get one of those good jobs where you can watch Twitch while you work. Oh, hang on. I'm disappointed with this mine. What is... Oh, it's dirt. I haven't got a shovel. I'll have to do it with my thing. I like the way the dirt is more difficult for the diamond pickaxe than, like, rocks. I suppose it makes kind of sense. But only kind of. Too long didn't read. Dodged a bullet. Oh. Hi. Hi. Alright then. This one's not going anywhere. Might go back up to that one that I'd apparently dug halfway in the wall for no readily apparent reason. This. We will have to take this torch off and put it somewhere else. But we can do that. We can put the torch up here. No, wrong button. There we go. Excellent. We have standards here of what my strip lining should look like. Oh, this is all dirt, isn't it? I wonder if there's going to be much dirt. Maybe? Because if so, I don't really want to come digging through here. Alright. You win, game. Is there a better way I could be looking for coal? I mean, obviously we're attempting to do the alternative to coal and make some stuff. Make some trees to make charcoal from. I suppose we could just go exploring. Maybe we should go exploring instead of mining. Coal is scarce right now. best bet is seaweed or bamboo farm. I mean, I don't know what either of those things do or how they would cover for coal, but I'm certainly prepared to believe you. I mean, I like the mining, though. It sort of feels like the mining is the thing that I want to do. They can both be used in furnaces as a fuel. Fair. Oops. Kelp, you can dry into blocks and it's a decent fuel. Oh. Lapis. More lapis. Hang on. Oh, even more lapis. Cool. The noise is quite satisfying when you stand right by it as well. Coal is saved either for torches or to make charcoal. You can also eat the kelp. Alright. Should we be looking for somewhere to base? Is that a thing that we should actually be doing? Is it something I should be caring about at this stage? I mean, I don't have the first idea. What would constitute somewhere to base? I think I found some coal, pleasingly. Right, I definitely need some light in here, thanks. Persistence, chat. Look at this. Coal is mine. I mean, not loads, but some. More than 0 amounts of coal. Yeah, how do we feel about basing? Is that a thing I should do? I mean, I quite like my little villager's house that I stole, though it is continually full of villagers, and I'd quite like a way to have that not happen in my house. Are we reaching dirt again? Oops. Okay, that's fine. Now it looks like a small amount of dirt. Maybe not. I don't wish to stand on dirt, so I'm going to do this. No, there's just loads of dirt here. Fine. Fine, game. Have it your way. assume that means it's night. Let's have a look out the door. It is, in fact, night. I'm glad I could tell. So, while it's night, yeah, I was surprised to find when I was loading up the stream that time passes even when you're in this menu. That wasn't really what I expected to discover happened. I've discovered 2 biomes. I mean, I looked at these. Loads of these don't make the slightest bit of sense. It feels like they should be ordered in some sort of better way, where I could see ones that I was more likely to get. Oh, there is one for making a kelp block. Collect a fish in a bucket. Eat nothing but dried kelp for 3 in-game days. Lovely. Apparently there's underwater ruins. Name a shulker box with an anvil? Okay. Kill the ender dragon. I mean, that seems fair. Spawn the wither. Tame a horse. Use planks and sticks to make a sword. I mean, we have done that. But I guess, we weren't in the thing. Bake a cake? Breed cows with wheat? I mean, there's just loads of stuff. And I don't know how many of them I should care about. The cake is a lie. The cake is a lie. Imagine if Don't Starve Together had this. In-game achievements, Verticus. Yeah, they don't really do any, they all help with progression in some way. So you think they're reasonable, Fire? I just don't really understand them. I mean, that could be entirely possible. Standing around in a little group, having a chat. The Java edition has them in a different order, of course it does, which means it's easier to see the progression of them. One was wear a full suit of iron armor. I didn't see that one. We could do that one quite easily, considering we already have 2 iron pieces of armor. There was one that was wear a full suit of netherite armor. I saw that one. I would recommend to fight them in the daytime for practice. You'll have an advantage because they'll be dying. We'll give it a go. I think we're only about halfway through the night, though. Oh, we've got loads of lapis. In-game achievements were deliberately left out of Don't Starve Together. Does it say why? Verticus. Is it just because Clay doesn't like you to know what you're doing? Because that seems like a thing that could be true. Let's keep an eye on the clock. And we'll go out when it's morning. But I'm bored of standing around, so we're going to mine some more stuff. You'll want to sleep through the night as much as possible. Oh, a bed. Oh, if I sleep they don't spawn as much. Jump attacks. I have no idea. That I can't answer for you, Verticus. chat might be able to. It will sort of stop time so you don't have to worry about them lingering around in the morning. Okay. That's interesting. That was the thing Archaeum said that I should have with me, is a bed. I remember now. We'll make one. I'll need to shear something. Or steal one. I'll just steal one. Off the villagers. It'll be fine. Why should we make a bed when we can just steal it? I don't know why I'm really mining this copper. Now I know that its only real use is decorative, but can't not mine a thing if I see a thing. Maybe you can set up a little mine base with a bed and a box? Potentially. I think though maybe if we're gonna consider perhaps moving out of the village and going somewhere else to base. It might not be worth building the infrastructure. Though I mean you do get it all back, so I mean it's not like a big cost. Which is definitely my least favourite thing about RimWorld, is the fact that you don't get your resources back when you demolish stuff. Or at least not all of them. It skips the night completely so they don't spawn. Mobs only spawn if there's a certain block area. Light level lower was 9, don't know what it is now. I think someone said 7 earlier. And the chunk isn't already saturated with the mob limit, which includes non-hostile mobs. Do villagers count as a non-hostile mob? I would also wall off the village and maybe make an iron golem. They have an iron golem, okay. You've also walled them into their houses. I mean, that would stop them being in my house. But they do have an iron golem. Villagers do count. It doesn't seem to be terribly effective, but they definitely have one. Right, it's daytime. I wonder if they're out. Oops. No, it doesn't look like. I guess they caught on fire. Oh well, sucks to be them. Hello, bed. Right, now you're mine. Thanks, bed. You do get all of the resources back if you demolish them, but you need to use the right tool for the job. That is useful advice, Chthonic One, thank you. Should we go and do a little bit of exploring then? Feels like exploring could be interesting. I probably don't want all this stuff. I'm going exploring because I might want new stuff. We will want the bed. But I want to put these blocks away. Nobody needs this many blocks. Sometimes in Minecraft, do bookshelves not break into books anymore? Oh, good grief. Seems like life would be complicated. Sometimes the right tool needs an enchantment. Oh. Does that mean it might not be as easy to dismantle my stuff as I thought it would be? I mean, we can come back here. It's not the end of the world. I've written down the coordinates, so I'll actually be able to find it handily. Alright, let's go and do some exploring. Oh yeah, there used to be like a pillar there. Not anymore. The direction I would like to explore is the direction of these exciting things. Let's go over here. Pretty much everything you have at this point will give all its resources back. Cool. Oh. I don't know what I pressed that made that happen. But it wasn't something I intended. I think I'm stuck under a tree. Can I get up here? Oh no, it becomes a bit, I haven't got a shovel. Can I make a shovel? With my filthy pocket crafting? Apparently not. I might need my crafting table. Oh, I can't get the glass back? Okay. That's sort of alright. Sure. Let's just make a wooden shovel. That'll be fine. Thank you. Let us shovel. Lovely. Mm. Oh no, that's a tree. That's why that's not coming down. Hang on, I've got an axe. I've got an axe for the tree. Well, this is a big tree. How come you're such a big tree? I mean, I'm interested by this news, but no. I'm trying to mine stuff out with my coal. I don't think that's going to work out for me. I mean, you're either punching it or smacking with it with a tool. Why would you get glass back? I mean, that's completely fine. I'm not necessarily disappointed with that as a mechanic. I was just sort of interested. Oh, ooh! That wasn't really what I intended. But now we're here. Can I sort of step around the corner, do we think? What do you reckon? Thank you, Nematrike. You have a good day. Oops. Yeah, alright. Well, that didn't go entirely to plan, but sure. It's a frog. Hello, frog. There's loads of trees over here. I mean, doesn't strictly seem the place for turtles, but okay. Also, baby sheep. What is that? Does it do anything? It looks like a giant mushroom tree. Is it a giant mushroom tree? It's pretty shallow here. I suspect this could all end badly, by the way. But I'd quite like to investigate stuff. It's a bit difficult to do while I'm in the water. Indeed, it is a big shroom. Weird. Very, very weird. Okay. Is there any sort of, like, sense of where one should base or what you should do in terms of that? Or is it just wherever you like? If you see some sugarcane, you should nab it. This is true. I should. And not kill it like I did the other sugarcane. I don't really know where I am. Optimal base is deep underground. Okay. It is kind of base wherever, though. But what about farming and all that stuff? Because if your base is underground, how do you go about the sort of more farmy aspects? Oh, it's going to be evening. Right, nuts. We need to do something about the fact that it's going to be evening. Such as get in the ground. Hello, ground. I would like to be in you. This is going to be a problem. Oh, my shovel's about to die as well. Literally farmed by torchlight works? Oh. Where are you? I heard you. Huh. Can I place oak planks? I can. Ha. In your face. Worst biome for building an underground base. Ocean closely followed by desert. Isn't the desert difficult because I stole a bed. Here's one. Because of the sand. Is that why it's difficult? Right, let's go to sleep. I also like basing in savannas and snow biomes because they're kind of pretty. Oh, that seems reasonable. Right. Allow me to axe down my entrance. Oh, there's still enemies up here. I can hear them. Where's my sword? Oh, an archer. Oh, that's not what I want. Why aren't you on fire? Oh, there's multiple archers. Run, 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 run. Why aren't they on fire? I assume it's because they're, like, under a tree. That was close. That was close. I sort of thought I'd be able to rush them, but apparently that was not as straightforward as I imagined. Trees shade them from catching on fire. Outrageous behaviour. That's a reason not to, like, base in a forest. I really want to get over there and look in that. Oh. There we go. Water also prevents them from burning. Ah. Oh, apparently the lily pads are solid. It's moderately surprising. Is this kelp? If I were to, like, I don't know, axe it, maybe? I'm not sure I'm getting anything from it. Oh, there's some sugarcane. We should go over there. And many frogs. Oh, hello. That was a bit deeper than I really anticipated. Okay. On we go. Oh, look. Is that a plant or what? I mean, that's quite enjoyable. You forgot they added frogs. Apparently frogs are now a thing, yes. What? How high am I? I'm not actually necessarily super high. There appears to be a lot of water in these, so I'm a bit worried that if we go and look in them, we'll just keep flooding everything. It's a different mushroom tree. I wondered if it was a tree. Now they're here, they don't look as exciting as I hoped. Because they're also not as big as I kind of expected. I have to say. Hi, sheep. Yeah, they're definitely not actually as big as I expected. Is there snow over there? I think there is. Can I swim in any water? Or is there gonna come a time where I get in the water and regret that? I mean, there is the giant squid, which I assume might make me regret being in the water. Excellent. Oh, look! Sprinting! That was the thing we talked about. Whee! Sprinting! Cool. I found ice. Foxes? Oh, nuts. Bit sword happy. Bunny? No worry, Vertigus. Have a lovely rest of your day. I hope to see you again soon. I mean, the world looks very pretty. I definitely kind of want to make the entrance in one of the mountains. Presumably you can't really farm in the ice biomes? Does that make a... is that a thing? Or can you essentially do anything you want if you just bring the right stuff? Oh, alright. We'll stop doing that. How am I doing for time? I might go and dig in here so that we can definitely be safe for the evening. This looks like an excellent place to dig into. Oh no, it's not. This is gravel. I take it all back. Not an excellent place to dig into. Is this all gravel? That's not gravel. I don't think I've got my door with me. Which is a shame, because I do have a door. But I don't think I brought it. Did not bring a door. Alright, let's put this down. And we can see if we can make something that resembles a door. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. Door? Oh, it's probably here, isn't it? There's one. I don't really want 3, I just want 1. But apparently I have to make them 3 at a time. Also, 3 is a really odd number of doors that one might want, I have to say. Unexpected number of doors. Let's put the bed away for a second. Gravel? I mean, it'll be fine. Oh. I sort of feel that I should take stuff out of my inventory to use it, but that isn't quite how it works. And I have not got used to that. Lovely. Right then. Let's see about getting underground. I mean, I don't know whether I'm going to base here, but I was moderately excited to base here. Also, it's evening time, so that was a reason to do the thing. We could do with some light. Where are my torches? Hello, torches. In you come. Let's get some of this stuff out of my hands. As soon as we'll get the bed out. Oh, it is, it's night time. We could just put the bed down. No, can't have a bed here. Can I have it up here? Yes. Bed sorted. I think that might have been the noise of an enemy outside the door. Yes. Oh, what's a one of them? There's a black thing. A black person-shaped thing. It's carrying a block around. Is it an Enderman? Is that what an Enderman is like? Who knows? Not me, that's for sure. I assume someone in chat might know, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't really have any good plans about what I'm supposed to be doing. He's definitely making a racket out there. He also doesn't seem to be dying, even though it's sunny. Oh, exploding. Close the door. Is he gonna break my door? We might be stuck in this mine forever, because I might not be able to get out. Is the answer to this. Because it seems very dangerous out there all of a sudden. Also, I need more torches. There we go. Where are we? We're still very high in the great scheme of things. Oh, I have found some coal. That's nice. Excellent. Look at this coal. Well, this was almost worthwhile. I sort of feel like I want to go back to the village and my stuff, though. I have to say. Oh, hang on. I don't know what I've just done there. No. That's what I wanted to do. I don't know why that was quite so complicated. Right. I wish to go outside and work out where my house is. Now. Give me 1 second, chat. I will be right back. Right then, I suppose because the time carries on, maybe we need to leave right at the beginning of the day. That seems like it might be a sensible thing to do. No, I used my apple to open the door. That wasn't the idea. I wanted to eat it. And again, I've got some health to respawn here. I thought my armor was getting damaged by the attacks, but it doesn't seem to necessarily work that way. Right. So we need to go to 176137. Oh, it's raining. I want to go and look at the rain. Oh, well, that's pretty. Huh. Definitely pretty. Hello, bunny. Right, let me see if I can work out which way that would be. So those numbers are going down, which is what we want to do. So it's that way. And those numbers are going up. So it's like over there somewhere. That is the vague direction that we want to go in. But we will wait till the morning to go there. I suppose I might do a tiny bit more mining then. Oh, I left my door open. I should put down the bed as well, since it takes me half an hour to do it. There we go. Thank you, bed. Closed door. And we will go to sleep once it is evening. Oh. Being a bit, what's the word? What was that? What is this? I have questions. I can't seem to do anything with them. So I don't know what they are, and they don't seem to do anything. Apart from maybe die. Pass. Minecraft is a world of mysteries. I need to keep an eye on the time. So that I can ideally sleep without spawning a bunch of enemies outside. I failed to find anything else useful down here. I think it's nearly time to sleep. Maybe. I still think the snow's very pretty. And despite having made a clock, I'm fairly incompetent at being able to read it. What are you? You're just another bunny. You're a multicolored bunny. So there's a creeper there and a bunch of, like, other people? Oh, there's a travelling salesman. And his alpaca. Is the creeper going to explode at him? Apparently not. Well, that's a unexpected tableau. Oh, it looks like the creeper might be coming to explode at me. No? How come the travelling bloke doesn't set him off? Oh, now he's coming to explode at me. Come on, game. Let it be night. You can only sleep at night. I mean, that would be fine if I had any real sense of when night was. No. Apparently I can't eat apples while looking at the door. Because the game believes that I want to open the door. What happened to the creeper? Don't know. He's not here anymore. There's some coal up there mocking me. Oh, no, there he is. Right, now he's going to explode. Excellent. Right, it looks like it's becoming evening to me. Sleep? Yes. Amazing. Alright then. Today, we destroy our bed and try and get back. Might leave our door. Do I want to remember where this is? I might do. Give me 1 second. I'll write down these coordinates. 704, 72, minus 42. This way. Oh, there's some more sugarcane, which we will harvest on the way back. I mean, I'm quite surprised that sugarcane can grow in this biome, but okay. Seems unexpected. I think I need to stop hitting it with the sword. I think the sword is a bit too impressive for it. I have leveled up to level 14 though, which seems okay. Hello, sheep. Yes, that's it. There was a thing where we could sprint, I remember. Yee. Right. We are now kind of equal with our house by some measure. That measure being the final axes. So we sort of want to head this way now. Oh. I'm sort of surprised that I can stand on the lily pads, but I guess okay. Oh, hang on. Thank you. What am I trying to get to? 176. Oh, I'm glad I wrote down these coordinates, because otherwise I would never have found my way back. I mean, there's still some question as to whether I will find my way back, but you know, we've got a better chance than we did have. I still think this is very pretty. Ah, look, there's the village. We can see it. Oh, super. Let's see if we can go around the edge. Thank you. Ooh. We've made it back. I mean, now I've once again forgotten which one is my house. Okay, we're at the back somehow. Oh yeah, here we are. They are fascinated by my barrels. It's worth noting. Here's all my stuff. I'm pleased to have reconnected with my stuff. Okay. Oh, I've got some flint. I don't know how I've got flint, but apparently I do. So do we use planks? Do you reckon, to make charcoal? Doesn't look like we use planks. Slabs? No, just wood, logs, logs. There we go. We've discovered logs make charcoal. Excellent. I'm pleased to have learnt a new thing. Let's go and add to my door collection in here. Hi, I made some more doors. We should just maybe take some doors with us when we go exploring. I have quite a lot of iron ingots. Maybe I don't need to smelt any more right now. We might want some more logs. I don't know if I have any more logs. I think I might have put them all in the thing. I have some seeds. It doesn't tell me what sorts of seeds they are. I assume that's deliberate obfuscation to annoy me. Do I want to set fire to all of these logs? Did I have any other logs? Not here. I do apparently have some brown wool, which I don't think I knew I had. No logs in here. How about in my chest? No. We don't have any more logs, so we might not want to turn them all into charcoal right now. Sea Iron Golem. Don't do that good a job at protecting your village. Something went ting, like something important happened. But I don't know what that important thing might be. No, I think I've actually used energy whilst sprinting. Charcoal? I guess you can go away. We need the coal to make torches. So that's a thing we might want to keep with us. This is still going on, so we're going to leave it while it's carrying on. Oh, I haven't got any blocks to talk to that about. I want to know how I do repair the... Hello, horse. How I repair the diamond pickaxe. I'm slightly concerned that it's going to require diamonds to repair it, frankly. Definitely not that. Oh, didn't I get out iron ingots? I meant to get out iron ingots. Yeah, you see, I can use diamond. It's unclear to me how much that would cost. Why can't I put one in at a time? Oh, there we go. Okay, it shows you how much durability it repairs by. Oh, that's really useful. Interesting. How much did it cost me to make a diamond pickaxe? It costs like 6 to make one, so it's definitely cheaper to restore one. Hello, AoE channels. That thing was just an experience orb, bringing your XP to level 15. I think it rings every 5 levels. Oh, thank you. That would explain it. Okay, I think we'll restore our pickaxe then. How do I make this thing happen? Oh, I just take that out. There we go. Thank you, AOE channels. These are the insights that I need, because I don't have a very good idea about what's going on. And it makes me concerned when I hear random noises. Map 0, level 04. There was a cartography bench in one of the villagers' houses. I wonder if we can do anything with the map. Did he have a bed? I don't think he did have a bed. I might have to sleep here and go and look at his house in the morning. Can I sleep yet? The bed is too far away. You can only sleep at night. I mean, it's nearly night. Look at the... I suppose the giant ball of fire is still in the sky, noticeably. So it may be considered to not be night. Look, we have amazing sunset views from our porch. They're only occasionally disrupted by things exploding. There we go. Right. Did I pick up the map bits? I did pick up the map bits. I want to go and look at the place that had the cartography bench, which was near my mine, but round the corner. Have I been in here? I mean, almost certainly. Oh, yeah, it's just the furnace. We could have used his furnace, I suppose, as opposed to built one. Was it this one that had the cartography bench? It was. Look, I've got these bits of thing. Do they do anything? They don't seem to do anything. What am I supposed to put on the other side? Other bits of map? Unclear. Unclear what it does. One day, we might find out. Okay. Let's have a little look at the achievements and see if I can spot something that I might like to try to do. How do you like Minecraft so far? I'm quite enjoying it. I find the mining very chill. I'm enjoying that. Construct one type of each tool. It would be nice if these were in a better order, I think. I've done these ones. Kill a creeper with arrows. Turn wheat into bread. Mine 1,728 cobblestone, place it in a chest. I wonder if my my barrels don't count then. Cow tipper, harvest some leather. I did do that. Catch and cook a fish. I won't be able to do that. I've done that too. Disappointing. There's a load here that we've actually done. But we didn't get because I hadn't logged in. See, look, there's... It feels like there's quite a jump from construct a furnace to relieve a blaze of its rod and construct a nether portal. Wear a full suit of iron armor. We could probably do that. Build some bookshelves. Brew a potion. Why don't we see about maybe trying to create a larger what if we tried to create like an underground chamber in which we could put a base? That seems like something that might be interesting to do. There's a point at which these stairs stop and then we went sideways. I forget why, but it might be an interesting point to investigate. I wonder if there was a cavern nearby or something. But it's not super clear. Right. I am going to build in here. Well, I'm going to dig in here. Build is a strong word. Oh, I didn't bring my doors again. Should have brought my doors. I thought I might want it lower, but I don't think I actually do. Hang on. Not that one. Perspectives can be weird. Right, so I want to sort of mine out and see whether we encounter anything. And we'll make a sort of underground chamber. I mean, I would like to point out that I have largely no idea what I'm doing, whether any of this might be a good idea or not. But, I'm interested to try. So I'm going to have an entrance light there. And now we're just going to sort of investigate what we can find. I don't know how big I want it to be. Probably big. I guess there's a maximum amount that torches can cover, which might influence how big I want it to be. Also, I probably want it to go back further than that, but I can just build a, I can just knock the torch down and rebuild it. Torches can be placed on the floor, though. Ah! How exciting. I mean, that wasn't quite what I meant to do. Can we smash them down again now? There we go. I'll pick them up again. That is exciting. Thank you, Chthonic One. I don't know why it didn't really occur to me that I could place them on the floor. I suspect that in due course, I would have done it accidentally. You can also leave one block hanging from the roof and place them on the block in the roof. Yes. We could. Hang on. We've found a thing. Let's go and investigate the thing. How big a thing are you? You look like you might be a reasonably sized thing. Should we go look? I suppose we probably should. Lava? Do you know how to build ladders? No, would be my answer to that. I assume they're just in the, like, menu, like other stuff. Alright, so there's a great big gorge through here with water and lava. What about the other way? Ladders are like stairs that go straight up and down. I mean, I understand the purpose of ladders. Infinite possibilities. You could also build decorative support columns in your big chamber. I just like explaining them in such an inane manner. Let's see. Well, there's more lava over here. Wow. The lava does provide a lot of light. I have to say. Wah! Oops. Get up. Now, get your sword on. Get out of it, you. Oh, here comes a spider as well. Come on then. Ha. In your face, enemies. I have murdered you. Only slightly incompetent. Lava provides 2 more light than a torch. What if you could light your base with lava? It seems like it might be dangerous, but fun. Oh no, there's loads of exploders down there. Loads of creepers. Oh no, they're coming here. Alright, so we've got like a big cavern here that we might have to work out what we do about if we're going to make a base nearby. Where was the entrance? It's over here somewhere. There it is. Let me up. Alright, so I think initially my answer is hello, back wall. There. That is my first answer to this problem. If you'd like to try, this is the time to teach you the difference between liquid source blocks and flowing liquid tiles. I mean, I'd certainly be interested in the explanation of that. Yeah, alright. Wasn't necessarily what I wanted to happen. I sort of enjoy the way you can stick the block to any other block you want. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I enjoy the non-physics of that. Well, we found some lapis here. Liquid source blocks are real tiles in that they can be picked up and moved. If they have empty space to the sides, they will create flowing liquid tiles next to them. Hang on, you could pick up a source of liquid and move it. Is that the upshot of what you just told me there? I could, like, pick up a source of lava and move it somewhere else. Oh, there you go. Now we've opened the thing again. Oh, that one. There. Alright, no going that way. What about this way? No. Right then, we'll seal those up again. Flowing liquid tiles are not real tiles in that they cannot be picked up and moved. However, they will move you and objects in them, or set them on fire if it's lava. I mean, we have definitely been moved by water. That is a thing that has happened to us. A source block will not move you or have flow generally. This room is proving to be a disaster area. There's a great big cavern. Now I've found a load of granite. Not granite. What is it called? Gravel. The exception is the edge by a bunch of flow tiles. Up from here, maybe? So, that's what I want to have a door. What if we were to... Oh, of course I've got a tunnel out there, haven't I? That doesn't work because I have a tunnel. Oh, nuts to that. What about here? Potentially, yes. Or not. Huh. So in short, when using a bucket to pick up water or lava or other liquids, you can only pick up the source blocks, not the flowing blocks they create. That feels super weird. There's loads of gravel up here. Alright. I think I may just have to accept that my prospecting in this area has yielded us poor results. And try and go prospecting somewhere else. That is my answer. This one didn't work out. I kind of want to base on floor 0, just because it's floor 0. Hang on, let's go over to these ones, which are actually the thing, yes. Sorry, I was briefly excited by this idea, so we're going to have a dig in here and see what we can find. Oh, I think that one was not one I actually wanted to get rid of. Oh, it's not the end of the world. That was the one I was trying to hit. Okay, I'm having some definite problems with, like, where the hell I am right now. It does make picking up lava tricky, but you can use cobblestone to cut off the flowing blocks from the source to make it safer to approach. I feel I've seen people doing that, yes, is what I would say. That feels like a thing that I was sort of vaguely aware of. Right. I'm definitely enjoying the process of the actual mining. I mean, I'm vaguely interested to get to the other stuff, but To be fair, kind of only vaguely. This is sort of just quite nice. I imagine it'll pall in due course, and I might want to try for the other things more aggressively. But as I say, for now I'm really enjoying the mining. One of the bigger streamers I watch played quite a bit of Minecraft when he was having a not great time, generally. And I can sort of understand why. It's very nice. Hey Dame, good to see you. I'm alright. I hope you are too. Oh, hang on, I need to make some more torches. Stuff. Torches. Yes. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Where's the thing where I can make more? Oh yeah, that's one. That'll do. Shut up, Dame, I would say. I'll do what I like. That seems a very odd thing to start your engagement with a channel with, I have to say. The Minecraft ending is basically you beat the game and did a thing. Are you satisfied now? Are you done, or do you want to do more now? Yes. I see what you mean. I probably want some of that here. We'll pick up more anyway. Did I hear a monster? Maybe. Oh, I should eat more food. Hang on. Apparently at some point I was not paying attention and something bit me. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It was sort of why I was interested in the achievements and, like, the concept of a quest book. Because I am aware that the end is kind of just, have you built the thing you wanted to build? Does your empire look the way you wanted it to? If so, congrats. But I mean, that's true of a lot of building games. I mean, City Skylines is sort of the same. It doesn't really have any end point per se to speak of. You're just done when you're done, essentially. So one would assume there is another cavern nearby, because I can hear growling. Oh, it's also nighttime. Maybe we should go to bed so we don't spawn too much stuff for the villagers to deal with. Bed is too far away. Oh, it's not night. I'm really terrible at reading my clock, it has to be said. I was excited to have the clock, but I'm not doing very well with it. I struggle to read a clock. I mean, fortunately that's not actually true in real life, so I suppose I can take that as a plus. We should put a bunch of chests in here, Which probably means I should chop a load more trees, because we don't have loads of wood left after we made the charcoal. But if nothing else, we could do with chests for all of this stuff. So I don't have to constantly cart it back to the village. We might get the achievement with the chests and the cobblestone as well if we do that. I've made a nice big cavern. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it, but I have made one. Would I like the ceiling to be higher? No, I think I'm happy. We could leave a bed down here. That would probably be ideal. We can always steal more from the village. Okay, right. Are we causing a problem to the villagers by stealing their beds? Will it make them more likely to be wandering around at night and get murdered? Is probably the question I have. Could also put a crafting table here. There. Seems an excellent place for a crafting table. And I would like to make some chests. At least a couple. Maybe I can only make one chest, it looks like it. Oh well, we'll start with a chest, I guess. Down here. Chests can go over here. Look, and I can put all this crap in them. Oh, we got another spider's eye. That's gotta be potions, right? Spider's eye reeks of potions. Let me on the stairs, thanks. Oops. Help! I can't navigate stairs. That's not ideal. Being completely incapable of navigating some stairs, but what are you gonna do? Should we, my question really is, should we like look after the villagers? There was some talk of like building them a wall and stuff. I would like to tame the stray cat. Do you think it would like to eat rotten flesh? I do have some in my inventory. No, I don't want to feed them the good food. I want to see if they'll eat the rotten food. Hey, cat. Oh, no, I don't want to eat it. I wanted to give it to the cat. I don't know how that works. I'm unconvinced that this is how taming a cat works. I can hit it with the rotten flesh. Doesn't seem ideal. Right, let's get it out of my hand before I eat it again. Are you having a little, like, get-together? Do they have, like, routines? Or, you know, is it sort of AI controlled? I mean, I'm interested in what it is they're doing, I guess. I'm trying to work out where that place was where I killed the cow earlier. You need to fish to tame cats. Oh, that makes sense. And the villagers have a schedule. Thank you, Fidelia. Yeah, it's a small one. Look, it's a small one. Their constant need to be in my house hasn't changed. I mean, as discussed, I did steal it off them, so yes, I appreciate that there is a reason they're in my house. But nonetheless, they're in my house. Trees. That was what I wanted to do. Go and cut down some trees. Might plant the sapling. Is there any way to know what the seeds are? So I have some seeds in my inventory. There isn't much time left. We'll go and plant the sapling. And then maybe we'll go to sleep. We have to fish. Do we need a fishing rod to fish? That would make sense. We'll look at the crafting table in a minute and see. The small ones are sometimes called children. I mean, I don't know about that, Happy Nora. Seems questionable to me. There you go. Alright. Guess tomorrow we'll have to go and punch some trees. Well, we won't punch them, we'll axe them. There's some over there, maybe. Hopefully we can convince the villagers not to attract creepers to my door to explode in the morning, but who knows. See, we do get amazing sunsets from our porch. It's very pretty. Right. Things I would like to do. Look at this. Tools. Fishing rod. Sticks and string. I mean, I have string. That is a thing I can do. It only said seeds if it's for wheat. Otherwise it says what seeds they are. Ah. So I've got some... Hello. I've got some wheat seeds then. Let me make a fishing rod. I could also make a bow. I'd probably have to make arrows for it. That might be complicated. Oh, I haven't got one of those. Interesting. Let's see if we know how to fish. I suppose we might need bait. But we'll see. I just kind of want to tame the stray cats. We also might need a boat, I guess. To fish. There might not be fish nearby. Oh, well, that's remarkable. Huh. I'm not really convinced this... Oh no, there are fish. Look. Fish. There's also squid. And, monsters down there. I don't know which monsters. But there definitely are some. I mean, can I bait it? Oh. See, it looks like things are coming. Hey, I caught a fish. Chat. I caught one. If it bobs, you have to reel it in. No bait needed. Indeed. If you're lucky, you might catch a nice bow or other cool stuff. besides the fish. Oh, we're learning loads of things about Minecraft today. I mean, not that that's hard. When it's like your second day playing it. No, wrong button. Oh, I missed out on the fish. I think I preferred Stardew Valley fishing. I was better at that. Gotcha. But we might get the hang of it. Hello. What did I just get? I got an Enchanted Book with Unbreaking 3 and Piercing 3. Seems good. Like, good, because we could only give our pickaxe Unbreaking 1. I don't know how we use it necessarily. Very nice. But I am nonetheless interested to have it. Maybe we can give it to our enchanting table? That one requires an anvil and experience to apply to a tool. I have an anvil. I might not have sufficient experience, I guess. But I do have an anvil. Alright, I think I've got the hang of fishing. Let's see about, oh, nuts. Not that button. That button. Let's see about feeding one of these fish to a cat. There's a cat. This cat's kind of weirdly pink. I know, it's because you're not a cat. You're a baby pig. Baby pigs. How lovely. We should steal some of their crop at some point. Find out what it is. Hello, cat. Look, I have fish. Would you like the fish? Appears to be running away from me. Crouched to get close to a feral cat. I don't know what the crouch button is. No, that's chuck your stuff. Sneak with shift? Maybe? No, it still seems to be running away from me. But I guess I am crouched. Looking at my bloke at the top. He seems to be... No, you ran away again. Don't move, just crouch. How close does the cat have to get? Can I now feed it? It's sort of here. How do I feed it? No, that's me eating it. I want to feed it to the cat. Right click on it. Oh, no, cat wandered off. I'm not sure that worked. I seem to eat it rather than the cat. Hang on. Oh, it's a tiny kitten. Oh no, tiny kitten ran away. Your crosshairs weren't on it. Oh right, my actual crosshairs needed to be on it. I see. Cat, I am crouched. Come over here. This is my task for the day. I wish to feed you a fish. I will certainly also accept the kitten if the kitten would like some fish. Ha. I fed the kitten. How many times do I have to feed it for it to adopt me? Because this one seems now to be pretty relaxed. The other one's still a bit skittish. What do you think, kitty? You gonna, like, come with me now? Maybe you need more feeding? I mean, you will stay still so that I can go near you now. I produced a bunch of green stuff. Don't know what that means? You tamed the kitten. It is tame. Amazing. I am excited. Once is enough. Now it's a pet. Cool. I'll make do with the kitten for now. That's quite nice. The kitten will sit there till you click it. Okay. Assumably without a fish. Check Discord now. I can't really check Discord now. I'm sort of in the middle of stuff. Hang on. Let me get this out of my hand and then I can click it like with my hand. Oh, no, I punched the kitten. That was incorrect. Chat, I punched the kitten. Now it's mad. Alright, never mind. Sorry, kitten. I didn't mean to punch you. Ah! I can transfer it from sit to stand. Interesting. Are you coming? You are coming. Hello. Can I leave it free for the evening, or should I tell it to sit? Oh, it's come in my house. Alright then, cat. Oh, proper cat behaviour. I see. Straight on the bed. Creepers are scared of cats. The hearts that appeared above the kitten showed me that I tamed it. Cool. Right, let's go to sleep, so we don't spawn a load of creepers anyway. Oh, the cat lies on the bed. That's so cute. Come here, cat. What happened? Oh, the cat brought me a rabbit hide. Amazing. This is great. I'm very excited about the cat. You coming out here, cat? Or are you going to stay in my house? If you don't make the cat sit, it will follow you forever. I sort of figured that might be the case. Oh, no, it's sat on the bed. Come here, cat. I'd like you to come outside. Because apparently you scare creepers. Yes, meow. Come on. Yes, out you come. Cat, come here. I mean, that might do. It's not a very ruly cat. I mean, it is a cat, so I suppose that's not surprising. Is that a dog? Oh, I think it is. I don't think I'd seen a dog before. Come here, kitten. Right, sit. Good kitten. I don't think you can genuinely do that with kittens, to be honest. I don't think they just sit when you want them to. That is a wolf. Okay. So, I guess this works. Should I save the book for something more important than the diamond pickaxe? You can tame it, then it's a dog. I see. Can I put the fish in the furnace? Oh. Apparently I've got some logs in here and some charcoal. Sir, you're standing in my way. You can tame the wolf with bones. I can, however, apparently cook the fish in the furnace. Alright, well, we found an exciting thing. Oh, why are you doing that? I'm going to put this stuff away. Don't need this rotten flesh. That can also stay in the thing. I don't think I need this rabbit hide right yet. But if it brings me more, I can use that to make additional leather. Which will be good. I think I'll put the book away. I'm not convinced. I want to enchant the thing. I don't have any bones to give the dog. Sir, you're standing on my enchanting table. Is there a reason for that? Right, we have some cooked fish. Lovely. Now you're standing on my stone cutter. Like, there's literally a whirling blade there. Have you considered that might not be the best plan you ever had? The kitten's adorable, though. Alright. On we go. I was thinking about punching some more trees, wasn't I? Let's go and find some trees. What time is it? Middle of the day. We've got time to go and look at some trees. We'll leave the kitten there. Are the processes for taming all animals sort of similar? That you have to find the thing that tames them and then give them the things that tame them? Pretty much. I know that you can obviously do what the villagers are doing and keep your farm animals in pens. I take it that the animals don't really have gender or sex, and that you just need two of them, and they reproduce if you feed them. That you don't actually have to notice whether they are boy or girl cows. Cows, pig and sheep will follow you if you have the right stuff in hand. You don't actually have to feed it to them. I can't reach that. Oh, this tree dropped an apple. Lovely. Correct. I thought so. Oh, it's the wandering guy. Hello, can we talk to you? We can trade emeralds for seeds and like other stuff. I don't know what half this stuff is. So that suggests that the loop is get emeralds off the villagers, trade them to the wandering bloke. There are achievements for trading, but I haven't really got into that yet. Pretty much a non-gender world. Excellent. Nothing much in there. Ah! Chat! Found a chest I hadn't robbed, and look at it. It's got loads of emeralds in it. Well, that's exciting. See what happens when you rob people? It's all excellent. So have I been in this house? I think I just went in this house, didn't I? There isn't anything here. I thought they might be carrots. Oh, I can run about on the roof of their houses. Whee! Oh, missed. Oh well. This isn't my house. This is somebody else's house. Hello, child. Oh, I have a thought. I think I might know. It must be evening time. They're having their meeting. Do you think their meeting is about how they can possibly attract the most creepers to my house? Pig, I have a carrot. Do I need it in my hand? Maybe. Ah, I thought that might work. Ha. Right. I've found how we attract pigs. Crime does indeed pay. So carrots work on pigs. Do they work on sheep? I wouldn't have thought so. Hello, sheep. I have a carrot. Do you care about that? No. You're fairly disinterested. Oh, good. The iron golem is down here. Maybe it will actually stop creepers, like, hanging out on my porch all the time. Oh, that's the button. Alright, kitty. You do your job there. Try wheat. For the sheep. Okay. I've got too much stuff again. Guess we'll keep the birch logs. Seeds. I don't have any of this. I haven't got anywhere to put anything. Hang on. I've got some space in the barrel outside. I take it the villagers, unlike me, don't in fact rob me. And will not be arriving to steal their stuff back. 6 emeralds. I mean, that's pretty good. What, for instance, do you do? You're a fisherman novice, so we could trade coal for emeralds, or emeralds for a bucket of cod, or cod for emeralds, but only if he's level 2. Do we level him up by trading with him? Sir, we've talked about this. This is my bed. Get out of it. Actually, their meeting involves discussing their approval of you. If you've killed them, or their golem, future golems will attack you if their approval was negative. They literally have a meeting about me every day. They don't seem too bothered that I constantly steal their stuff and turf them out the bed, though. Hi, kitty. Well done. We appear creeper-free this morning. These guys are growing wheat. I mean, I don't think I necessarily want a sheep to follow me, though. Yes, you also lock the trade by trading with them. Cool. Alright then. So we have some ideas about how we would do certain things. I don't necessarily know if we want to. I've got some more wood which was, I think, the purpose of coming up here before I was distracted by fishing. So I think we're going to go back and do some more mining now. If you go to bed before it's too dark, no monsters will spawn. Indeed, this is, a chat was telling me earlier, this is why I'm trying to make an effort to go to bed earlier. Where is my mine? Ah, now I'm confused. Oh, it's round the other side of this, I think. Yes, it's around here. Yeah, so I'm trying to make an effort to go to bed more. Yes, here. Lovely. So we have a chest, but we might want more chests. We also might want to dig out more stuff. Which direction would we go if we wanted to dig out more stuff? Maybe we would want another door back here. Yeah, I probably didn't want to actually get rid of that one, but sure. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. No, balls. Don't forget your bed and crafting table. You already have them, in which case ignore me. Yes, I didn't bring extra ones because I knew we had them down here. I knew that was where I was coming. No, wrong button. Hello, Blinkster. Merry Friday to you too. I hope it's a good one. It also means that if you light up the village with enough torches, you can stay awake overnight without worrying about monsters. I have seen this as a solution to the monster problem. Oh, I do have torches. I was just being blind. There you go. I do also have a cat to protect me now, though. Will it only bring me gifts if I allow it to sleep on the bed with me? Not if I leave it outside to guard for creepers. Maybe we could tame another one to leave outside to guard for creepers, and we could let the kitten sleep on the bed. I have to virtually allow pets to sleep on the bed, because if and when we ever get pets, a partner will not allow them to be on the bed. Yeah, it has to be not sitting. The gift giving is new. Ah, exciting. Put the torches in your offhand. That way you can light. You can dig with one hand and light with the other. I don't think I have an offhand. Or if I do, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, we will have to get into Java at some point. But I seem to be stubbornly not dying again. We should go and fight some things, then I can die. We have learnt quite a lot though. Yeah, Java. It definitely seems like it might be the way to go. We started with Bedrock, and it still looks better to me, but Java has so many mods. Oh, that is a point. It is possible that I might not be able to play Java, because Minecraft makes me slightly motion sick. And I think it might have been worse when I tried it in Java, because I found it more shaky. We don't drink coffee, but Java is better. Chthonic one. I'm slightly disappointed that we haven't even found any, like, resources while we were digging this out. I think we found some lapis, to be fair, to the game. I think it did give me some lapis. You can turn the shaking off. Excellent. We might have to do that if we play in Java. Because I think I played it for about 10 minutes and went, oh, this Minecraft thing might not work out. And there was also the problem that I couldn't work out how to make anything. In the settings in Java, you can turn on Stereoscopic Vision and really give yourself a headache. I mean, I don't think I need to do that, thanks. Like, we can definitely hear monsters, so it feels like one of these walls should eventually break into a cavern where there are monsters, but we haven't had that happen yet. How is my pickaxe doing? Oh, it's doing fine. Because it's an amazing pickaxe. It's a setting where you wear those 3D glasses. But if you don't have the glasses, it's just eye strain. Oh! Hello? Chat? This is a different thing that I haven't seen before. It's all purple, look. Yay, amethyst. Alright, is that how we feel about it? Should we see about ladders? Because Sonic 1 was talking about ladders, and ladders might be an appropriate way to get down there. Let's go and look at the crafting bench. Ladders. Seems like it should be enough. Do you have a water bucket? Yeah, we talked about ladders being like vertical stairs. I do not have a water bucket, no. Is the answer. I could do the ladders in one of my hands though, so I can actually access them. Why can't I place one in the center of that? Seems like I'd want one in between those two ladder pieces. Sort of surprised I could place one there, but not, like, below it. If I just walk off the edge, will I therefore join onto the ladder? Hold shift when on a ladder to not descend. Ah, okay. Okay. Cool. This actually looks kind of sealed. Although I can hear monsters, I don't think they can actually get in here. Do you? I can't see another entrance, apart from the one we came in at. Okay. Ah, that's how I go up the ladder. Lovely. Alright. You have one entrance to a geode. Put a torch nearby. I've put a torch nearby. Okay. Right. How are you finding the Minecrafts? I am finding them okay. Look, I'm learning new and exciting things about purple stones. I was talking about to see where you couldn't place a ladder. Most likely you couldn't place the ladders. The ladder thought it was in the way. Is there any reason not to mine out all of the purple stuff? Before I, in fact, mine out all of the purple stuff. It makes a nice tinkly noise when I mine it, which is nice. Don't break the blocks with the fragments. Alright. So these ones, I should leave those ones alone. Alright. I destroyed one, but I cannot destroy any more. That can be a goer. Correct. But you can break the crystals sticking out. Okay. Will I still? Oh yeah, you can still tell that they're different. They've got a little cross on them. Well, this one has a cross on it as well. I'm not sure it had a thing on it, but it does have a cross on it. So seemingly we should leave it alone. I assume this stuff has an actual use, or is it just decorative? There was talk of a spyglass earlier, but I don't know if it has other uses. And by earlier I might mean yesterday, to be honest. I think those blocks, they will regrow. The shards can be used for spyglass and tinted glass. The blocks themselves are just gorgeous, and they sound nice when you walk on them. Alright, so this is a decorative thing again, is it? Minecraft is quite big on its decorative things, I seem to notice. Right, not that one. Oh, but that one. It seems like, actually, if I expose more around the X's, they might grow more shards. Did I just destroy one with an X on it? Blinkster redeemed a hydrate. Absolutely, Blinkster. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Most of Minecraft is decorative. We might have to build, like, stuff to get up to some of these. But I might leave it for now. Interesting. Okay. Do we think it's light enough in here to not spawn monsters? Get up there. Thank you. We could, just add a torch there. That might help. What do we think? Light enough to not spawn monsters? I would say so. Cool. Alright then. So we found an exciting cavern. How far this way does it go? A little bit. So I think we'll dig out over here, but we'll leave that wall in place. Hello, Lapis. Well, I have to say that Minecraft is still coming up with interesting things. I enjoyed the Amethyst Cave. I enjoyed taming a cat. I'm moderately interested in fishing. It seems quite an easy source of food, to be fair, the fishing. I hope you find a really massive cave. They're jaw-dropping. We saw quite a big canyon earlier. I don't know if you were here, Fire, which had like lava and also waterfalls in it. It wasn't so much a cave as it was like a gorge that ran through. It's down the bottom, but I think I sealed it back up so that we didn't get monsters in there. It also had quite a big open area further down where there were creepers. But I didn't go and investigate the creepers. The lava was quite impressive. It's down the bottom. It's in. I tried to make a load of rooms further down, but I just found a massive gorge instead. Oh, and then I found a bunch of gravel, which made stability complicated, and I couldn't be bothered to dig through them. Hello, Afro. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Friday. Can't wait till I'm off work. I've defeated the dragon now, and I'm just flying around building. Diamond pickaxe. Indeed, Afra. It is an enchanted diamond pickaxe. I want to find one of those new cities that the warden spawns in, but first, pretty barns and house. Yes, we have Unbreaking 1 on our pickaxe. It's very exciting. We got right to the bottom. We struck bedrock. And then we had a little dig along there and we found quite a lot of diamond. Now I'm just sort of mining almost, well, I'm sort of trying to make a cavern. Oh, you also might enjoy. We also found this. Which is quite cool. We've mined a lot of it out, but I can't be bothered to reach the rest. There's quite a lot of achievements to do with the cities, I think. From what I was looking at. There's like apparently underwater cities as well. How are you liking the game? Any thoughts from a boomer? Get wrecked, Afra. I'm enjoying it. It's very soothing to do the mining. Like the core game loop of doing the mining is super like chill and enjoyable, which is nice. I'm sort of vaguely interested in the rest of it. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily like, oh, I must do all the things. But, you know, there are certainly things that I am interested to do. I want to learn about minecarts. That's on the list of things I wish to do. And, yeah. No, I'm quite enjoying it. I think I would like to be playing the Java edition instead, which, as you know, I have. Because I think I would like a bit more targeted progression, and the mod packs with like quest books and stuff. Well, we have some redstone dust, and I sort of understand what it does, that it powers stuff and all things like that. But we haven't looked into properly how to build stuff. I appear to have a full inventory, judging by the fact I can't pick up those stones. Let's go and put some stuff in a chest. Hello, chest. I've brought stuff. What is that called? Tough. Gravel. You have to go to the nether for quartz, and that's going to be something? Yes. I think I may have seen an Enderman, whilst no one was really paying attention. When I went to the other place, you know, I went exploring. Earlier today I did some exploring. And, I don't know if we'll need those. I'll put them in there for now. You can shift click to move the whole stack. Yeah, I did some exploring, and while I was staying overnight in a essentially hole in the ground for a bit, I saw a person-shaped thing that was black wandering about outside. And I have a feeling from things that I know that that might have been an Enderman. I'm still scared the 100th types round. I'll have to see how it goes then, going to the nether. Possibly I need to reach a point where I'm not nearly being murdered by every random spider and creeper and mob, though. Might have to get a bit better at the game before that is a thing we can sensibly be doing. Let's put the ladders away. Cool. But we have now successfully killed some stuff. So that's a bonus. But yes, this is just sort of endlessly satisfying, I have to say. Slightly surprisingly, but it's definitely true. I think I might encounter a problem where I've never been one for, like, super building games. Because I don't really have the imagination for them. So, like, all my stuff is just really functional. But that requires there to be a function, which is why a bit more direction would always be useful for me. Because if I'm not making something functional, then I'm probably not making anything. Well, this is pretty massive. Do you reckon I've got round the back of that cave yet? How deep do I reckon that goes? Or I could actually find out, couldn't I? If I walk down here and go over there. Like, the game has a whole system that will tell me how deep this cave goes. What am I at now? Which of these is moving? 2, 4, 1. Right. You can automate food, cane sugar for food or paper, etc. Yeah, those things might be quite interesting. Does that mean I'm way past 2, 4, 1. Right, let's see if we can go this way again then. So this is 30. Let's go to here. Even Iron Golem. Yeah, quite a few people have suggested making an Iron Golem. The village we're staying in does have an Iron Golem. Which the villagers have not yet set on me, despite my continual robbing of their stuff. And turfing them out of bed. An XP farm, all functional. Indeed, there certainly are functional things to build. I just sort of have to understand what they might be and stuff like that. But, you know, it's still very new in terms of how far we've got. I think the clock says it's about to be night. Do you reckon we're far enough away from the village that stuff isn't spawning up there? If we're down here? Or do you think stuff is spawning in my village while I'm down here? Because if stuff is spawning, we should try and sleep. Maybe we should just try and sleep anyway, to be on the safe side. There we go. It is the blocky game almost, Emily. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Friday. We are indeed playing the blocky game, where we have been both digging up and making blocks, just like that. I have, however, built a massive cavern and I haven't found much resources in it. Apart from blocks, obviously, which are a resource. And I suppose I did just open it up into an amethyst cavern, so maybe I should stop complaining. Maybe I'm being unreasonable in my demands of the game there. It's certainly possible. For those wondering, there is literally no good reason for me to be doing this. I just was doing it for my own entertainment, really. I do still need to keep an eye on my pickaxe, because I don't want to break it. The constant hearing of monsters is moderately disturbing. But I guess they're not here, so I can relax about it. I think I might seal that up, to be honest. Oh, no, that's what I wanted to do. Where's the actual edge that I care about? There. Oh, and this floor bit. Cool. I'm assuming at some point we will actually discover the cavern that has the monsters in that we keep hearing, but so far we have not. Maybe it's above or below, and that is why we have not discovered it. It's certainly possible. They have definitely made Minecraft a lot prettier though, with like the recent updates. Like the world generation and things seems a lot prettier than when I've seen it before. I have another question. As well as the potential Enderman, when I was mining in the hole in the ground, they kept being like little, I don't know, almost spidery things, little grey spidery things that appeared and then disappeared into a cloud of, I don't know, stuff as I dug up blocks, and I wondered what they were, but I couldn't seem to interact with them in any way. You did your first mob farm recently. It was way easier than you expected it to be. Now you have to make it pretty. Oh, there's some iron there. Always like to have iron. Oh, you forget the name, but they're like dust mite things. Is there any interaction really to be had with them? Because as I say, I couldn't really trigger any interaction with them. I did have a little go, but interaction did not seem to be the order of the day. Right, excuse me 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. Right, I'm probably going to have to have at the very least a quick break again quite soon, because partner should be home from business at any given moment. So it would be nice to, you know, see them, because that has not been a very regular occurrence recently. So yeah, when they come in, we might, at the very least, have a little pause. No, this is not what I wanted to do. There was a button that combined them all together, but I can't make that work anymore. And that is making me sad. I've apparently filled up my chest. I can't say as I'm massively surprised by this news. Oh, I think it's about to be nighttime again. So I'm really weirded out by the way that when you go to this menu, it doesn't in fact pause the game. That time still continues. Silverfish. Yeah. Oh, apparently it's not yet night. I mean, it's pretty much night game. Like, it's clearly about to be night. No? It is. It's clearly about to be night. I'm going to make another chest. Can I make another chest? No. Why can't I make another chest? What do I need that I don't have for a chest? So why do I have my caps lock on? I need additional oak planks. Alright, well, let's make some extra oak planks. Because apparently we can make loads of those. And then we should be able to make a chest. There we go. Might even make 2 chests. Seems excellent. Well, that was unexpected. It is exactly twice the size? Okay. Okay. Now is it nighttime? Yes, you see. See, game, I told you it was nighttime. I'm learning to read my clock. Excellent. I think I want to build another cabin this way as well. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this space, but I'm sure I'll need it for something. Oh, we could look at mine carts and mine rails. We'll do that in a minute. One more. How am I making these decisions about how big rooms should be? Entirely arbitrarily. This is one of the bits that gives me motion sickness. And I have to look up at stuff like that. Right, let's build some stairs so we can get up there. Because we're going to be winding up digging this stuff out anyway in the end. So we could definitely hop up a little bit to make our lives easier. That the lot? Looks like. Cool. So the silverfish might bite me. Oh, I assume we must be... Yeah, we must be further back than the bed here. Right. I made a bit of a hole in my ceiling, which I'd like to address, frankly. There we go. Excellent. Oh, we have to be careful digging back this way, or we'll dig back into the stairs. No, we should be under the stairs by now. So we should be able to dig back this way. Sounds some dirt over there, though, which isn't very exciting. Right, satisfying as this is, let's look at actually doing something useful. I'm going to go and look at how we make minecarts. Chest. No. Crafting table. Tell me about minecarts. Minecart, minecart with chest, minecart with hopper, minecart with TNT. Let's begin with regular minecarts. Alright, they're relatively easy to make. An arrow of harming. Well, and not all arrows of harming game? Alright, but just having minecarts is insufficient. Rail? Rail. Powered rail, detector rail, activator rail. Right, regular rail, again, not that complicated. Powered rail, considerably more complicated. Also, that's the thing that needs gold. Activator rail includes a pressure plate, but otherwise, sure. No, that was the detector rail. This is the activator rail. Okay. I guess if you can have power rails, what I wonder is how stuff runs on regular rails. Do you see what I mean? If there are powered rails, then how do you make stuff go along regular rails? I think we want to bring that amethyst with us. I'm going to go up to the surface, just because I'm sort of interested to do so at this moment. I hear my door going. It's one of the villages in my mine again. Because I don't know how I feel about that, frankly. Hello, Iron Golem. Right, chat. I'm going to shut myself in the house. Give me a minute. I will be right back. Power rails provide enough power for a few blocks of normal rails, otherwise gravity. Alright, I see. So you don't need them all to be powered rails. That's the thing. Excellent. That is a good thing to know. Thank you, Fidelia. I'll be back now. No, now we're back. Now I've turned the mic on. Basically, to get from point A to B, you just need a powered and regular rail. You need about one powered rail for 32 block length across flat ground, but more for hills and stuff. Alright then. I'd quite like to tame another cat. Crimson planks? I wonder how we make those. So many exciting things that we could potentially make. Oh, I'd like to learn how to make glass. That is a thing we don't know how to do yet. I can make blocks of these things. I could make blocks of raw copper. I suppose that's a thing we could do with it. You're going in my house there. I see you. I think one of the things I'd like to do while I'm here is, I think I'm going to make a full set of, what's the word? Glass. Put sand in the oven or furnace. Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. It's really weird the way some things in Minecraft make, like absolute logical sense, like according to the real world, and some things are bonkers. And I find that a bit weird. If you find a mine shaft, easy. Lots of free rail you can collect. Careful of mobs. Oh, so some of the caverns in the thing are mine shafts, are they? That's interesting. Hello, cat. Right, what was I saying I wanted to do? Because I've forgotten, obviously, immediately. I wanted to make armour. That was what I wanted to do, which means I need my iron out of the thing. Come here. Iron ingots. We've got quite a lot. We've also got some of this. We might make that into some more iron. Iron seems like a very high use thing. Would I be correct in suggesting that iron is quite a high use thing? Right. Wish to make an iron chest plate. Excuse you? 2 right iron is a high use thing. Oh no, I can make 6 of them. Oh, that's alright. God. For a minute I was like, what do you mean you use 6 in each of those slots? You have no idea. What? I'm confused about what I don't have any idea about. I have to tell you, chat, that I regularly forget what I've just said. So, like, you need to help me out. Because I'll have just forgotten about it. Oh, I should make a shield. Okay, I'm all in. Hang on. No, not that one. This one. Wow. That's weird. Oh, you need iron for everything. At least it feels like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of not surprised. And it does already feel a bit like that. I'd like to also find some more diamond, if at all possible. But yes, that wasn't quite as bad as I thought it was. For a second, I thought I was going to... Sir, get out the way of my... Get out the way of my blast furnace. How is the blast furnace better? Is it quicker? Does it use less resources? What is it about it that's better? That is something I would be interested to understand. Because I would say I don't currently understand. Are you okay there? You appear to be standing on a saw blade. Which might not be the best plan you've ever had. Clay? I haven't found any clay. Wonder if I need to look in a new biome to find clay. That could be possible. I possibly need to start upgrading some of my villagers so they're a bit more useful. I'd probably also like to make some more charcoal. What if we turn these birch logs into charcoal? That's the thing. Literally just said it. Cool. Well, we are making quite a lot of iron ingots. That's the reason Iron Farm is the most useful farm in the early stages of the game. What are we farming for that? Is it iron golems? Because that sounds pretty interesting. I was just about to say, is there a way we can get iron without digging it out of the ground? Basically, yes. Okay. How would one go about making an iron golem? Not in the thing. I mean, I'm not really surprised that you don't make it in the crafting table, but you know, I thought I'd have a check. Maybe you made it in the crafting table? Who knew? I wonder if we need more than 2. Yeah, we're gonna need more than 2. Oh, that's really annoying. I tell you what, we're gonna, no, that's not it. Get back in there, and how do I take out 1? Am I pressing the wrong button? Oh, I took out 8. That wasn't quite what I wanted. 4. Oh, Lord. I hate you, game. I hate you so much. You can make an iron golem, but that uses up more iron than it needs. So what you're telling me here is that I'm going to need to kidnap an iron golem from some villagers. and then somehow farm it for iron. I mean, there are definitely some things about Minecraft that seem largely as dark as RimWorld. Like, because I've definitely seen people enslaving villagers and also I'm pretty sure I saw a trap with cows once that was pretty mad. There definitely seems to be a whole lot of stuff that is, you know, maybe not super okay. I mean, leave aside the robbing, which is also a thing. Plenty of robbing. Maybe I should keep the ladder. I suppose I might want some bits of ladder. That seems like a thing that might come in handy. I'd like to put these things away. You let them spawn with the help of 3 villagers that are constantly seeing a zombie, and they thus spawn an iron golem. Ah, so it's actually about kidnapping the villagers rather than kidnapping the iron golems. See, it's always about kidnapping the villagers. How are we doing? It's going to be evening time at some point soon. I wish to go and see if my saplings that I planted over here have grown at all. No, I'm not really convinced they have. I wonder how long it'll take them to grow. I assume ages. Sorry, I don't know why I was... Oh. Do you remember earlier when, like, we were looking for sugarcane and I thought there wasn't any more? There's some literally here. Maybe it regrew after I was looking for it? The chunk wasn't loaded and that's why they didn't grow. That's really aggravating. I don't want to have to spend loads of time managing which bits of the game are active, but it feels like you might have to make stuff work. Does anyone have any sense of the range at which chunks load? Because that might help me out. Nope. Guess we just need to put everything closer. This is why I'd quite like to move out of the village in some ways and set up my own base where I could, like, position things as I wanted. Let's go and see if we can tame another cat. What am I trying to do this? I'm trying to get cat. I'm trying to get fish. Cat, I see you. Allow me to crouch. Am I close enough to the cat for its attention? I'm not sure I am close enough to the cat to get its attention. Cat. Cat. Not you, sheep. Oh, I put the fish down. Right. Let me, Oh, I'm being attacked. Am I? No? Oh, it's just the sound of the sheep eating the thing. Alright, we'll have to worry about getting a new... You turned on your mic, but not your camera? Oh, I thought I pressed the thing. Give me 1 second. Let me go to sleep and I'll sort it out. There we go. Time for battle. I mean, it could have been, but it wasn't strictly what I intended to do. Alright. No, apparently it is time for battle. Where? Excuse you? How? Why aren't you lighting on fire? Oh, you're in the water. Cheating. Cheating. Come on. Come out of the water if you want to get me. I suppose it won't. Yes, it appears to be smart enough to know that it can't come out of the water. Ooh. He's wearing armour. Could we get his armour if we killed him? Ow. He'll try, but if he can't see you, he won't attack. Run, 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 run. Excellent. And maybe I don't think it's a guarantee that he'll drop armor. I assume there must be a better way of fighting these guys with armor. May I suggest making a shield? Oh, cool. Yes. I'm slightly concerned though that if I go on my porch, he can shoot me with his arrows. Yeah, you see, like that. There we go. I can make it from here. Maybe? Oh, did I put my iron away? I think I did. Also, I don't see shields here. How do I make shields? You make it out of planks, alright. It's standing in the way of my thing. Right. Lovely. Shield. Sweet. Excellent. Right. Sword. Just run towards him. He'll attack a few times in a row, but he's way slower than you. Well, now I've got a shield. That might work better. I'm not sure I'm not sure this is working. Am I actually doing him any damage? Oh, yes. In the end we did. We did drop some stuff. Your crosshairs have to be on him. Oh, okay. The crosshairs is a very confusing thing for me, I have to say. Can I pick up his arrows? It feels like they're left here for a reason. But I don't seem to be able to pick them up. Sad. Right, apples. No, we can't pick them up. Right, what did you leave me? You left me some leather pants, but also a bone. I mean, the leather pants don't seem very useful. It's a nice town you built. You mean a nice town I stole? Afra. Definitely stole this town. I have got some arrows. He may drop arrows as loot. Oh, get out of the way. Yeah, definitely stole this town. Rather than built it myself, I have to say. But it's quite a nice little town. Apart from the regular infestations of monsters. You have string from spiders, you can make a bow. That is true. Is the bow any good? And will I only have 2 arrows for the bow? Because that suggests that the bow wouldn't be very good. I do have string. We can make one anyway. Oh god. Why are you all here? There's so many places you could be that isn't in my front door. There you go. I've built a bow. But perhaps we'll want to wait until we have more arrows before we use it. You can also build a fletching station, and the villagers can sell you arrows. I wonder what the logic is behind which things just sort of exist, and which which things I can just make with the crafting station, and which I have to use the other thing for. Like, make something else to use them. I might want to actually, while I'm here, work on repairing this. Might get some diamonds out and try and repair it. We might have to go back down the bottom and see if we can find more diamonds. I think that might be the next thing we do. No, not you. Anvil. Potatoes are good for farming and a better food source than apples. You can bake them, but don't bake them all. You want to plant a few. I have loads of potatoes. Oh, now I'm putting the apples in. No, I don't want to do that. That'll be fine. What does the enchantment cost mean? I don't really understand what that means. Uh... 16. You dropped 3. I have to spend. Oh, I actually have to spend my XP on it. Oh, I see. I was getting charcoal. How many things? Oh, I can't. No, I can use the charcoal. Why can't I put one bit in there? There we go. Yeah, no, I had a plan there. I wasn't just being completely insane. I'd still like to train another cat. No. Oh yeah, we also have this that the villagers left us. What does this do? Because this repair and disenchant. I mean, is it also like a... I guess we can disenchant. It is just for removing enchantments. Okay. Or you can combine two of the same tool and they will fix. Alright. Look, it's like soldier me. There I am. In the door of my house, with obviously a villager hanging out by my furnace. Have you farmed yet? No, I haven't done any farming. I have no real idea how any of that works. Sorry, I was just admiring myself. I've finished that now. But it gave me something to do while this was going on. The villagers have farms. Do I have to make them to look kind of like theirs? Let me show you one of theirs. So they have these things, where they have some water and then a couple of rows of crops. I assume that the crops do need irrigation. And that this is sort of like the idea. Come on, final potato. Yes, that's the basic idea, but you really only need 1 block of water. How many blocks of water did they have? Alright. Sir, get out of the door of my house. There we go. Then from the water you can till 4 out in each direction. Now I might not have made a hoe, but that would suggest that I need to make a hoe. Alright. There's like some space here. It's not very big. Maybe down here. Yeah, we can build it down here and we can cut into his. I had a shovel for a little bit. I think I'm going to build a shovel and a hoe. And we might try some farming. Just because I'm interested, really. Oh, I need iron again. I always need iron. Bloody iron. You can use a bucket to make a hole for water, or you can just till close to the water that's already there. I think I would like to make a bucket. Right. So there's a couple of things I want to make. I want to make an iron shovel. Thank you. And I want to make an iron hoe. Cheers. And then I want to make a bucket. Here we go. Oh, this is also iron. Doesn't seem to give me other options though, so we'll just take an iron bucket. Right. We don't need the iron. We don't need the charcoal. Sweet. We're gonna try. Okay. So... One. Where's the edge? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like here? Maybe here. Let me put on a shovel. And... Can I dig this out? I sort of assumed that with the shovel I'd be able to dig this out. Oh, it helps if you press the right button. There you go. Pressing the right button makes stuff happen. Amazing. Now these guys have got some water. No? Ah. Excellent. So now I need to, like, till around it, which I assume is with the hoe, yeah? Just like this. Oh, I haven't got... Hello? Well, I mean, I guess that's helpful. Saves me the trouble. It wasn't quite what I expected to happen, but, you know. Fine. If you want to plant seeds, it saves me having to have them. Will the farmer only plant seeds as far out as it works? Come here. Okay, so we can... Yeah, apparently I can just make the villagers do it for me. You can fill in around so it's like a 9 by 9. So like this. This is how much I can fill it around. Cool. Yeah, apparently the villagers will just do it for me. I don't know what crops they've planted. I can go 2 more out in each direction. I mean, that's quite a lot bigger than a 9 by 9. You can break it and replant it to see what they've planted. Apparently they've planted carrots. Which grow amazingly quickly. can plant your potato. Oh, these do have water. Look, we can plant our potatoes here since the villager has now wandered off. Oh, maybe these are the baked potatoes and not the regular potatoes. Yes, that's why I can't plant them. That would explain it. Alright. Okay. Might have to build a little bit of extra land so that we can make full use of the farm, the water. But sure. Seems like a thing we could do. Oh, hello. Gonna have to race the farmer guy again. He's back. I'd like to plant some potato. Oh, okay. The villagers are particularly determined. Right. So one more out again. I have one job. Apparently so, yes. Yeah, it looks like the water comes all the way out here. I'll have to build some dirt. I probably have some dirt blocks in the chest, or I can steal them. What do you think, farmer? You not interested in this row? Do you not believe that it'll work? I think it'll work. Look, these look wet. Oh no, yeah, no, he's at it. He's at it. Alright. So you do believe it'll work. Fine. I might plant my carrot as well, because I've only got one carrot and it doesn't seem super useful. I'm doing alright, thanks. Duxtiver, I hope you're also well. Welcome in. We are doing some Minecrafting. I built a farm. I didn't even have to fill half of it up. Will the animals eat my seeds? That's probably my next question. I do have some seeds somewhere, which we should also plant in the farm. Seeds. There we go. Where did I just put them? Excellent work. Nope, only bunnies will eat carrots, but I haven't seen any. I only saw bunnies when I was over in the snow bit, and there were like snow bunnies. But I haven't seen any really near here to speak of. The cat's not interested in cooked fish. Does the cooked fish not attract them? Cats, do you only like raw fish? Oh, no, maybe you'll come. Oh, you don't seem that interested. Maybe they do only like raw fish. Another fun tip, you can use bone to make bone meal and accelerate the growth of your crops. I guess that's a reason to farm skeletons, isn't it? Which I suppose is a thing that might be done. Didn't I build a shovel? Oh, yeah, I did. I might as well heal up a bit while we're doing this. We probably don't want to dig those ones up. Let's dig some up over here. These aren't doing anything useful. They could definitely be a bit in my farm. Excellent. Right. Now I have to work out 1, 2, 3. You see, there could be another line here, couldn't there? Where is the dirt? There we go. I can put it here. Well, I'm sort of enjoying this. Oh, that's not entirely ideal. It's a bit of an assumption, but I assume just regular dirt will work fine, and I won't need to till it, or do I need to till it anyway? I suppose we might need to till it anyway. Oh yeah, maybe we do. I wonder if the level is important. Hello, cat. Meow. Alright, night time. Let's go have some sleep. If it's further away than 4 from the water, it'll dry out. I think that wasn't, but I'll check. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's fine, you see. Does he also harvest crops? Or is he only gonna plant them? There's a question of whether he is in fact gonna whether we need to pay attention to when our crops are ready, or whether they'll just stay here. But yeah, we've planted a pretty big farm without really doing a lot of work. He'll then pass them out to fellow villagers, and if there's enough beds, they'll make babies. So it might be a problem that I stole some of their beds then. Is that what you're telling me? That perhaps I should make them new beds? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I've left one out. I have left one out. I suppose it's not the end of the world if he does that. I assume I could just fence the villagers out. And that would sort it out. Just a little population control. Oh, sir. Please stop your endless standing in front of my stuff. It's very disconcerting. Or if you break the composter, the village workstation, they won't be farmers anymore. Oh, I've got a carrot again. I've also got some of this, whatever this is. Do I want... Well, I suppose I might want these tools around the place. Probably want to plant the carrot, unless the farmers planted everything. That can go up there. Find out. Have you planted everything? How do I know if they're ready? Oops. Apparently that one wasn't ready. But yeah, I suppose that's my next question. How do you know when you should be harvesting them? They get bigger leaves. At what point do those leaves mean it's grown? Alright. Well, now we sort of have a farm. I need to eat some more apple. And that should recover our health. And I also want to go now and see if we can get some more diamonds. Because otherwise there's going to come a time when we cannot repair our diamond pickaxe. Should we help in some way? I sort of feel bad about it. Can you get out? The crops have 4 different stages? Okay, yeah. Alright, excellent. Apparently he can't make the alpaca come out. There you go. Congratulations, alpaca. See, look, I'm helping. I'm helping the villagers now. Not only robbing, also helping. I mean, as well as robbing, but you know. It's raining. I don't think I've ever seen it rain here before. It rained when I was in the snowy one, but it also snowed. Sir, this is my mine. Who are you? You're the cartographer. So I can trade you paper. Empty maps. See, I don't have empty maps. I have these, but I went to the cartographer's table and I couldn't work out what I was supposed to do with them. But I do have some of those. Right, let's go to the bottom and see about some diamond. Mine max. Now, did I stop going along here because something happened? I feel we might have poured a bunch of water in here. I don't remember. Oh no, maybe that was it. I think we just hit a load of gravel. Yes, we hit loads of gravel and I couldn't be bothered with that. Let's consider going in a different direction. It's okay, a diff deer. Afra. This, I'm not, take a different direction. Yes. You are correct. But yeah, that was why we stopped. Use a shovel for the gravel and it might give you flint. I have 1 piece of flint. But we could do that. I do have a shovel with me after all. We can give that a go. I'm always interested to do new things. Right, shovel. There seems to be quite a bit. I wonder if we got any flint. No, it doesn't look like. Oh, there's some flint. Excellent. 2 bits of flint. I mean, I feel I should be able to use them for lighting fires. I mean, there is a campfire. Oh, I don't think I actually needed to line those out, but never mind. I think there's also like a tinder or something that I saw that might require flint. You're going to give me anything useful down here? Oh, well, we can hope. The music's so weird. Like, because sometimes it's like an actual tune, and sometimes, like now, it's just like weird piano plonking in the background, which is quite odd. Yes, flint and iron. Look, another use of iron. Yes, it does seem like iron has plenty of uses. It's a good job I enjoy the mining. Though maybe we'll have to keep some villagers in and a mob to make iron golems. So I assume that what happens is we keep the villagers where they can see an enemy. And they make iron golems, and then we kill the iron golems for iron. I mean, I'm not sure I'm prepared to kill an iron golem. They look quite tough. But maybe they're not. Maybe you can make them spawn somewhere where it auto-kills them. Like a drowning pool in Oni. Is this gravel again? I think it is. No, it's not gravel. Yep, that's how it works. Oh, redstone. Excellent. That's a thing we're happy to find. Nuts. There we go. Success. We've escaped the hole. Idiot. You can kill them with lava above a row of signs. So you can also make, like, the equivalent of a drowning pool. You can sort of automate their deaths. Can you ensure the iron doesn't go in the lava so you can get it out again? I assume there must be a way. I don't think there is more diamond. I think we were just really lucky when we found loads of diamond. Because we've done a reasonable amount of digging since then and we haven't found more. Like even down at this level. Is making an iron golem farm the sort of thing that I'm going to have to look at a tutorial on and learn how to do? What do you think, chat, can successfully guide me? I mean, there is always the problem there that chat might lead me astray. They've been known to. It would be nice to have an offhand that I could put torches in. I would enjoy that. It's so weird that that's a thing that doesn't exist in this game. That's what the signs are for. A golem is 3 blocks high. And the signs prevent the lava from destroying the iron. I see. Well, we're getting a bit of redstone down here, so this is not a wasted trip. By any means. Well, we haven't used any of the redstone yet, but I do wish to. Do we... If we wanted to run a minecart down our stairs, for instance, would we have to make a special, like... what am I trying to say? Or like a block that was smooth for the minecart, for the tracks to run on. I assume it can't necessarily navigate stairs in any way. What's making the light? Something's making light. Is it the redstone itself that's making the light? Like a ramp? No, it figures itself out. Huh. Well, that was surprising. Hang on, there's also a yes. Oh, maybe the yes is for the redstone itself making the light. I've never noticed that before. Huh, yes. It's definitely the redstone itself making the light. Cool. I've got myself stuck in a thing again. There are quite a lot of quite cool things in this game. I can hear monsters again, but I don't know whether we'll ever encounter the monsters. We'll have to see. If you put one on the ground, then put one on a block, it'll slope. Confirmed. So I could just run it down my fake stairs next to the actual stairs I built. But there would be the question of how often we needed to power it. Considering it would have to come back up the hill. I mean, I assume down the hill would be nice and easy. Since gravity can in fact do the work for that one. But up the hill might be more complicated. Do we need, like... hello, lava. I think every 7 blocks. Can we, like... drive it back? It does look like it. Cool. So, Once again, it's time to go in a new direction. I think this time we'll go this way, just for the change. And I would like to we'll put a torch there. It might even remind me, my unusually placed torch, that I don't want to destroy that block in the future because there's lava behind it. I mean, whether it will remind me of that, maybe. Well, I mean, I assume there's probably monsters back there with the lava. But one would suggest they must be on the other side of the lava. But I imagine it's still relatively likely we might encounter a cavern. Doing this. Is there a particular level we should go to for gold? A particular, like, area where it is more likely to spawn? Because we will need plenty, especially if we need to put a powered rail every 7 rail sections. The nether. Thanks, fire. Don't have any idea how to get to the nether. Oh, maybe I should make a bunch of bookcases down in my cavern that I made, so we could power up our enchanting table. And we could move the enchanting table down there. That might be a good idea. I wonder how we build bookcases. We'll have to have a look. It might be a good use of my cavern. Gold level -16. Alright. I still want some more diamond though. -16. So, iron 12. Gold -16. Diamond just go down. Coal near the surface, but apparently there's not loads. I suppose there's lapis. Redstone? I mean, I've found that the further down I go seems to have been better for redstone. Whether that's sort of universally true or has just been my experience, I don't know. I sometimes wonder, because I wear headphones when I'm streaming, I sometimes wonder whether, like, they're obviously stereo headphones. I wonder if the directions that the growling comes from actually has any relation. Apparently I've filled up my inventory. Whatever. Worry about it later. If we desperately find that we need more random blocks, I'm sure we can come back down here and get them. Because if so, the growls are definitely coming from the left-hand side, which, considering where we found the lava, would kind of make sense if there were monsters that way. Oh. Apparently Minecraft has also decided it's time for creepy music, so that's nice. So much mining and nothing to see. I'm determined to find some diamond though. I will keep digging until I find some. I assume since the villagers were so keen to plant stuff in the farm I built, that if they harvest it and give it out, they will just replant it. It is more efficient if you only mine a 2x1 shaft instead of a 3x2, because there is only a specific amount of ore per chunk. I don't think I understand. I see a larger surface area of possibilities though when we do this. Lava. Lava. Put a thing in. Thing. Put down. Put down. Put down. Right. Thank you. Excuse you? Why won't it let me place blocks? It's being quite grumpy about the placing of blocks. Maybe I'm being incompetent. I mean, it's certainly possible. Alright. Well, you can stay there. Bye. Two by one shaft. I also didn't want to feel super claustrophobic. That was one of the reasons I wasn't doing it. Whether that is a good reason. When in doubt, blame the Tories. Always. It's got to be the Tories' fault. It definitely feels a bit more like mining, because it is more claustrophobic, which is interesting. We still can't seem to find the cavern where all the lava comes from. I'm also a bit concerned that having such a small passageway will make me more likely to fall victim to lava, should it come bursting in. Oh, hang on. If you already find the diamond ore in the current chunk, it's faster to go to the next chunk than mining. Oh, this is because of, like, I see what you mean by chunk. This is the chunk loading thing. Again, is it? Oh, gold. Well, as discussed. I'm gonna have to get used to this use of the word, of the phrase chunk. Oh, I can't pick up the gold, can I? Because I've got too much stuff. I should be able to just throw some on the ground, right? Oh, I know what I can do, right? Hang on. Oh, really? I throw them one at a time? Oh, that's frustrating. That is not going to get the job done. Right, we might just have to go away and come back. Yes, growls to you as well. We'll be back. You lot. Zoom! I don't have full armor, even though I'm wearing all the armor. Excuse you? Are you something I should murder? Stand above the gold and click with whole stack next to you. Do I murder the slime? It seems to be, yes. Okay. It seemed it. It's become more slime. Okay. So if we like do this, right. Stand with my inventory open. It's coming right for us, it is. And click with a whole stack next to your open inventory. Oh no, that doesn't seem to work. Hang on. No, that was not what I meant to do. No. I either don't understand or... Yes, I did get both versions, Afra. As I say, I gave... I didn't know which version, and you'd said that Bedrock was actually slightly easier to learn on. So I tried Java, and as I say, I think the shaking made me quite sick. So, yeah. Might be another difference between Java and Bedrock. Yeah, so then I thought we would try Bedrock. And there's definitely things about it that I prefer, I would say. Though it keeps confusing chat. I think you can disable the shake. Yes. Chat also believes so. Oh yeah, I think we found the massive gorge over there. Way up here above it. It's not quite what I wanted. Yeah, there was a big gorge here. Let me get some blocks. There we go. Sorted that out. So we've got like a big lava thing over here. But there is like water beyond it. Down there. That we could go to. I mean, I don't know how we could get to it, but theoretically we could go to it. And then this way, there's also all this lava and water in this cavern here. Now, there were monsters down here when I was here before. There's also loads of monsters over there, look. In that. That has monsters. Also apparently has things falling from the ceiling? I think last time I was here they were creepers. Now they just look to be a regular mob. But yeah, I thought it was quite pretty. Oh, hello, are you coming to get me? Let me get my sword out. Oh, hang on, that's incorrect. I can't find my sword button. Oh, God, get off me. 2. 2. Right, that's better. Am I dying? Oh, shit. Right, where are you? What? Hang on. You lot coming over here? Not immediately. Oh, I can't pick up the rotten flesh either. There's another one. There you go. One at a time I can take them. More than that, it's a bit... What have you got? Have you got a weapon? Who said you could have a weapon? Yeah. Learn the pillar trick. Face down, jump, and place block. Repeat. Oh, so that you can get height and they can't attack you. Yes. I see what you mean. Can we get up here? Yeah, we can come this way. No. Why can't I jump up there? I can't jump up there. I might need to mine out the thing above my head though. There we go. Excellent. So yes. See? Big cavern. Now I have to somehow remember how to get out of the big cavern. I think it's here. Hang on. What am I looking at? Oh, I'm deeply confused about my life right now. Maybe it's further across? Oh no, it's this way. It's that I was facing in a direction I didn't believe I was facing. Cool. So, yeah. Big cavern. Fought some monsters. Didn't do super well. But we're not dead. So I think every time I fight monsters and I'm not dead, we're going to take that as a win for now. Excuse you? There, thank you. It certainly will have to do. Right, we were going to go and put the stuff down, so let's continue with that. We'd also like to eat more stuff. Here is my lovely cavern of things. Why would you do that? I mean, I have to ask. See, I thought we might have more gravel in there. I don't know why sometimes I can make that work and sometimes I can't. There must be a reason for it. I mean, maybe beyond my own incompetence. I mean, maybe not. Maybe incompetence is the problem. We could do with a space for blocks to go in. Lovely. Oh, just when I think about it. I haven't got any iron, have I? I was thinking that I would try a rail, just so I could see them. But, I don't have any iron, so I can't try the rails. So we'll just have to cope with walking. Like a regular person. Outrageous. Face down, jump, place block, repeat. We might have to practice. I mean, we'll practice next time we're on the surface. Because then there'll be plenty of room to practice. It seems like running uses my energy in a way that walking perhaps didn't. Like my food? Is that a fair assessment? Oh, hang on. I think so. Yeah. Oh. Nuts. Wasn't what I intended. There we go. Now we can actually pick up that gold. It definitely feels like there should be a way to put down a stack of things. I'm sure there must be. Without putting them away. It seems way too annoying to design it so that it didn't work in a way that you could do that. Even for modern video game design. In which annoying seems to be a primary function. I mean that's unfair to modern video games. It's always been a primary function of video games. Games need a way to keep you busy. Absolutely. I was one of the YouTube creators I enjoy made a series about sort of all the Star Wars games ever made, and how some of them had because they were made by LucasArts, they had that point and click adventure loop where like the answers are, have you literally clicked on everything in every single room? Did you look behind every vent? Did you, speak to every person about this random thing to find the solution? And I'm reminded that, there's always been pointless busy work in video games. It's possibly also unreasonable to suggest that Minecraft is a modern video game, considering its age. Well, we might not be finding diamond, but at least we're finding a lot of redstone, which I assume is something we will definitely need a lot of. You should watch Action Button on YouTube by Tim Rogers. I will give it a go. Is he a video essayist? Yes. Oh, excellent. I do enjoy a good video essayist. The ultimate essayist. It's possible that I've come across him. There are a bunch of sort of, stuff that I watched because of the algorithm that I've probably now forgotten about. Also, I used to be way less, I managed my YouTube a lot less effectively, so I didn't actually pay attention to who made stuff, so I'd lose it because I wouldn't subscribe to them. Season 1 starts at Pac-Man and ends at a 7-hour video on Cyberpunk. Amazing. Yeah, the guy who did the Star Wars one also makes incredibly long videos. I think one of his longest is, in fact, possibly his actual longest, is entitled "I Beat the Dark Souls Trilogy and All I Got Was This Lousy Video Essay." And that is an excellent look at Dark Souls and what it does and why it's perhaps interesting in ways that it's not always given credit for. It is the only media that I've ever consumed about Dark Souls, and I've watched quite a lot, that ever made me want to play Dark Souls, which I thought was quite an achievement. Action button. Because considering, as you all know, my ability at combat is pretty slim, the idea that I would play Dark Souls is obviously faintly ludicrous. Have I got more opportunity to create torches? I mean, I have. Yeah, I can create plenty more torches. It's fine. Cool. That's alright then. How is my pickaxe doing? It's doing alright. Come on, pickaxe. You're supposed to be finding diamonds to repair you. Well, nuts to granite is all I've got to say. Not interested in granite. We will just head off somewhere else. I say that, but then I'm moderately concerned that I'll actually just get way too confused about where I'm going. I think I might go back to the main corridor and cut some things off that, so I get less confused about what it is I'm actually doing. Otherwise, I suspect I might get lost in the endless caverns. And that might be sad. Or possibly hysterical, depending on your point of view, I guess. Alright then, chat. It is getting on for time. Partner is home. Let's find a place to actually pause. I think we'll go back to our little underground den. Yeah, this definitely uses hunger, and just walking doesn't. So there is a cost attendant to this. Up we go. Oh. Here it is. Excellent. Right. I'm going to call it a day once I've put some stuff away. Thank you very much for being here. A reminder that it's September. You can subscribe to me for cheaper, which would be lovely. Good night, Afra. You can also... What was I going to say? Oh yeah, you can support through Prime. I mean, that's kind of handy, because then you can do it free. Or if you would like, you can support my coffee. Which doesn't in any way go towards coffee, because I don't drink any, but you know, that's just what it's called. Thank you all very much for being here. Have a lovely weekend, and a reminder that absolutely the best way that you can support the channel is by turning up and watching the show, and chatting, and telling your friends. So I hope you all enjoy your weekend very, very much. I will see you on Monday, 3 p.m. British Summer Time. That is UTC +1. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.